Wisconsin 2nd, 296. That is a Supreme Court decision. It's rather recent. The defense had given me State versus Gerald L.C. in 1994, Wisconsin 2nd, 548. That's a Court of Appeals decision. It talks about excited utterances. It talks about what I have to look at for an excited utterance. And it also talks about the residual hearsay exception. But the only question I have this morning, and I'll ask the defense first, if I allow it in, and I'm not saying that's happened, but once I hear the testimony and I allow it in under excited utterance, I don't have to worry about the residual hearsay portion, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one or the other.
Are you telling me I have to do both analysis?
No, I said I think it's one or the other.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Is that correct understanding from the state?
Well, there are alternative theories, Your Honor. So if it comes in as excited utterance, you can disregard the residual hearsay exception. If it doesn't come in under excited utterance, then you consider the residual hearsay exception.
So I'm going to see what the witness says.
Judge, my concern about allowing a residual hearsay exception is, I mean, I understand that the court is going to wait to see if the witness is able to lay the groundwork for an excited utterance. Get that. The residual hearsay exception is not a firmly rooted hearsay exception, so there's a confrontation issue there. We have the right to confront the declarant of that statement. The reality is that although David Jensen may have been 8 at the time of the statement, just like the young man who's going to testify was 8 at the time of the statement, he was not an adult. He was not a police officer. This was not a recorded witness interview by a forensic interviewer. This is another 8-year-old. So when we're talking about whether we're going to allow a residual hearsay exception, we have to talk about confrontation. The reality is that the prosecution has David Jensen on their witness list. He could very easily be called, and if he doesn't agree that he said that, Eric Schoor could be called as a prior inconsistent statement. So that's my concern, is that we're putting in hearsay when the declarant of that hearsay is actually on their list and should be called. He's an adult. He's not an 8-year-old child any longer.
Well, like just one quick thing for the record, and then I'll let you talk, Mr. Jimbo. Based on what I was told yesterday by the state, and we're, I didn't ask for an offer of proof, but what Mr. Jamboy indicated on the record, it sounds like an excited utterance. And I might not have to deal with the residual hearsay. No, go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
So, Your Honor, I will say this. Part of the problem, we're having these extemporaneous discussions about evidentiary issues. This is something that could have been raised in a pretrial motion. This testimony was admitted at the last trial as an excited utterance by Judge Schrader. And it was my understanding that if the defense was going to be challenging any of the previous evidentiary rulings by Judge Schrader, they were going to bring a pretrial motion on the issue. And we could have had then briefing on this subject. So let me just respond to defense counsel's argument about the Confrontation Clause. Let me be very clear. The Confrontation Clause has not one single thing to do with a conversation between 2 8-year-old children. A Confrontation Clause only applies to testimonial statements. There's no court that has ever ruled that conversations between 2 8-year-old children is ever going to constitute a testimonial statement. If you trace the history of the Confrontation Clause, Your Honor, as articulated by Justice Scalia in the Crawford decision, going back to Sir Walter Raleigh and going forward, it had nothing to do with conversations between children.
What year was that Sir Walter Raleigh?
Well, I don't know, but it was based on the Marion statutes, which were established in 1503 and 1508 during the reign of Queen Mary. And I believe Sir Walter Raleigh's trial was in the 16th century. And Lord Cobham's letter was used against Sir Walter Raleigh at his trial. And so this conversation between David Jensen and Eric Schoor on December 3rd, 1998, bears no resemblance whatsoever to Lord Cobham's letter in the trial of Sir Walter Raleigh. And it bears no resemblance whatsoever to anything that's been deemed a testimonial statement by the United States or Wisconsin Supreme Court. Now, in terms of the issue of excited utterance, I could offer a further offer of proof, and that is the prior testimony from the last trial, where, let me get you the page numbers, page 6 of the transcript. Let me get you the transcript date. This is the January 28th, 2008 transcript, page 6. Let me get to the right line here. The question, line 16, question, and what was David's demeanor as he talked to you about his mother's health? Answer, well, he was extremely concerned, and I could tell he was worried, and he was usually a pretty happy kind of person, and was kind of a sudden shift in his attitude. And then the next question is, can you tell us what David told you about his mother's health? And then there was the objection on hearsay grounds. And there was extensive discussion, and again, the confrontation clause was raised at that point. But the confrontation clause has nothing whatsoever to do with a conversation between two 8-year-old children. And then we proceed to the point where Judge Schrader renders his decision, and he rules that it's excited utterance. Now, I can tell you that the way Eric Schoor is going to describe this conversation is that, yes, David was very concerned about his mother, and he said that his mom was really sick, and that his dad wouldn't take her to the hospital. And he indicated that she was breathing like this, and then the breathing was like this. There was a deep, rasping breath that he said this, how David demonstrated that his mother was breathing. So this is an excited utterance, Your Honor, and it is different. I will say that the statement that was made to Therese DeFazio, that David Jensen made to Therese DeFazio, she also indicated that he was somewhat worried. But it's a different thing, because that conversation between Therese DeFazio and David Jensen occurred at the instance of Therese DeFazio. She asked David, "Where's your mother?" And he said, "Well, here's a note. And I forgot to give you this note." And then he said that she was sick. So there's a different set of circumstances there. But the circumstances that surround the conversation between Eric Schoor and David Jensen clearly reflect that it's an excited utterance. And it's a conversation between two 8-year-old children. It's not a testimonial statement. It has nothing to do with the confrontation clause.
You know, I don't want to keep arguing the issue, but I'm still confused by the defense saying I have to worry about the confrontation clause and the residual hearsay exception. I don't see that anywhere in both of the cases.
Judge, it's not
unless it's printed in here. Show me the page.
Well, I can't tell you what you're looking at specifically, Judge.
Looking at the case that we were going to all read last night
State v.
instead of
Mercado.
watching Gunsmoke.
I don't watch Gunsmoke. I don't think I have that station. But State v. Mercado deals with a video recording of a child by a forensic interviewer. And in that case, it actually talks about how the prosecution has to make that witness available for cross-examination. It's dealing with a sexual assault case, and it relates to hearsay as it relates to children in sexual assault cases. That's not this case. This is not a statement to an adult on a video recording. So that's
the Supreme Court case would trump that case.
I was talking about State v. Mercado. That's the Supreme Court case.
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about confrontation.
And I'm not
The
talking
word
about,
is not in the decision.
But that case has nothing to do with what we're talking about here, Judge. That has to do with the video recording of children and that statute, which requires the prosecution then to make that child available for cross-examination. What that statute allows is the prosecution to play the video on direct without calling the child, but then they have to have the child available for cross-examination. It also talks about the standards that you have to have in order to do that. Like the child has to notate that they know the difference between right and wrong. They have to notate that if you don't tell right from wrong, that there could be a consequence of that. There's a number of things that you have to actually go through to determine that a video can be played on direct. So that's what that case is. When we're talking about this particular case, I understand the court's ruling that if the prosecution sets the foundation that it's a hearsay statement, then we don't have to worry about confrontation. But we still have to worry about confrontation on non-testimonial statements that are not based upon a firmly rooted hearsay exception. Excited utterance is a firmly rooted hearsay exception, so that's not what I'm talking about. And even Judge Schrader, in his opinion, acknowledged that the residual hearsay is not a firmly rooted hearsay exception. And what they talked about at the last trial is that David Jensen was available to testify, and if the prosecution wanted to make him available for cross-examination, they would notify the defense, and then he would be available. He never testified. So, in fact, the jury never actually got to hear from the declarant, and that's what I'm worried about here, Judge. I'm worried that we're using a residual hearsay exception to bypass calling a witness to allow the juror to hear from the declarant.
Your statement is in the record. Again, we're going to deal with the excited utterance first, and obviously attorneys know for the record we got to have a startling event. The statement must be made by the declarant under some sort of stress or excitement caused by the event, and the statement relates to the event. And some of the cases that I also read last night, the issue came up. How close to the event was the statement made? But this one, I think it's within a couple hours, or it's the same day or whatever. So that's not an issue for this one. So we'll bring the jury out and we'll see what this witness says. And if it's an excited utterance, it's going to remain. Okay, are we ready then? Do we have the witness available?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
For the jury.
All right, we're going to go back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The State of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming on time again. We just had a few things to clear up before we could let you come out here. I know it's been a really warm January, and hopefully it doesn't get as hot as it did yesterday, but if it does, maybe we can again try to accommodate you with the warm weather here. All right, with that, the state is obviously still in their case in chief. Who is the next witness, Mr. Jamboy?
The state will call Eric Schoor, Your Honor.
All right, let's have him brought in. you could just remain standing, Mr. Schoor, and I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony of this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter. Go ahead.
First name Eric, E-R-I-C. Last name Schoor, S-C-H-O-O-R.
All right. Can you just talk a little bit louder with that? Who's going to be the questioner?
I'm going to do the
Go ahead,
question.
Mr. Chambliss.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the court reporter to move a little bit that way, and so I can see the witness. Let me know when you're ready, ma'am. Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. Okay, so Mr. Schoor, can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Where do you live right now, and what are you doing these days?
Sure. I live in North Carolina. I recently moved there from Charleston, South Carolina. I've been a professional musician for the last 15 years, and I have a family and enjoying life.
So you're a professional musician. Do you sing? You write? You?
I play the saxophone and teach.
Oh, okay. And where do you teach?
I teach music.
Where do you teach music?
Currently, since we just left, I'm not teaching at this point, but I do teach some online lessons out of my home.
Okay. Now, directing your attention back to September through December 1998, where were you back then, and what were you doing from September to December of 1998?
I was a third grade student at Southport Elementary School.
And who was your third grade teacher?
Mrs. DeFazio,
And who was your best friend in the third grade?
David Jensen.
And tell me about your relationship with David Jensen.
We'd been friends at least for that school year, and we would see each other every day in school and outside of school on the weekends at each other's homes. We did what I would consider to be normal third grade activities, playing video games. We had the occasional sleepovers at each other's house. We would play outside.
Did you have an arrangement for Wednesdays?
I did, yes.
What was the arrangement that your mothers had worked out for you two on Wednesdays?
I would go to the Jensen home after school on Wednesdays, and the following Wednesday, David would come to our home, and we would alternate every other Wednesday in that fashion.
So you knew David pretty well.
I did.
You considered him a close friend.
I did.
Now, did there come a time, and tell me, what kind of a child was David Jensen?
David was a very positive and energetic kid. He was funny. He was, I'm not sure how else to describe him. He was funny and positive and physically active, and a pleasure to be around.
Rather happy child?
I would say so.
Now, do you remember a time in early December when you noticed a change in David's demeanor?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that day.
There was a day at school that David informed me about his mother's health, and
Well, tell me what his demeanor was like when he was talking to you about this.
he was, instead of his normal upbeat, positive self, he was very grave and concerned. And
What did he say to you about his mother's health at that point?
he told me that his mother is sick and that his dad will not take her to the hospital.
Did he mimic or show you any of her symptoms when he was talking to you?
He did. He demonstrated her breathing at the time to me.
Can you demonstrate what he did?
I can. He demonstrated a breathing that was
I'd request the record show that the witness is demonstrating a deep, raspy breathing.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Do you remember what? Did you remember hearing about the death of Julie Jensen?
I do remember hearing about her death, yes.
In this conversation that you had with David, or when he was telling you about his mother like that, do you remember how much time elapsed between the point where David was telling you that and the point where you heard that David's mother had died?
The conversation took place somewhere between 1 to 2 days before I was informed of Julie's death.
Now, do you recall anything that had happened on the Wednesday preceding Julie's death?
Specifically on Wednesday, sorry, go ahead.
On the Wednesday preceding Julie's death, were you scheduled to go to their house, or was David scheduled to go to your house?
I was scheduled to go to David's house.
And what happened on the morning of December 2nd?
David called our home asking if he could come to our house instead of me going to their house, as the schedule would have been normal for me to go there that Wednesday.
And did he ask you that, or did he ask your mother that, or did he ask you and you turn it over to your mother?
I'm not clear. I'm sorry.
Okay. But in any event, the agreement was that then David would come to your house on December 2nd.
That's correct.
You remember playing with David on December 2nd? You remember anything about December 2nd when David came to your house?
I remember, no, I can't recall details of what we did that day.
Now, after Julie's death, did this alternating Wednesday arrangement continue to occur?
I don't believe so, no.
After Julie's death, did you ever go to David's house again?
I did.
Do you remember how long after Julie's death that you went to David's house again?
I don't remember how long it was after her death. Sorry.
Was it more than a month or less than a month?
It would have been inside a month, but I don't know if it was that next weekend or 2 weekends. I'm not sure.
And when you went to David's house, the next time that you went there, did you see anybody there besides David?
I'm not sure if it was the next time that I saw anybody besides David, but eventually there was someone else there.
And who was the other person that was there?
Her name was Kelly.
And how do you know her name was Kelly?
Mark introduced me to her.
And how did he introduce her to you?
He introduced her as Kelly, a friend from work.
And that time that he introduced you as Kelly, a friend from work, did you see Kelly and Mark together at that time?
Yes, they were together that day.
And did you see them at any time in the bedroom?
Yes, I had seen them in the bedroom one time.
So tell us about the time you saw them in the bedroom together.
I was walking past the bedroom door and saw Kelly laying on their bed. And as I continued past the door, I saw Mr. Jensen standing away from the bed with his shirt off.
And how much time had elapsed between the point of Julie's death and the point where you saw Mark Jensen and Kelly in the bedroom in that fashion?
I'm not sure if it was about a month. Could be a little more, a little less. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure.
So when you would go to visit David at the Jensens, can you tell us how Julie was when she was there with you?
I remember Julie being very positive and engaging with us as kids. She was not an absent style parent. She was not an absent style parent that just left us to our own. She cooked food for us or took us somewhere else to play if we were going to go to a park or, for example.
So you would say that she was more of an involved parent than a hands-off parent?
Yes.
How else would you describe her? Just think of some of the adjectives that apply to her as a mother and as a person that was watching you and David.
Positive, upbeat, kind, sensitive.
Did you ever play with Douglas when you were over there with David?
Occasionally, sure.
Did David seem very close to his mother?
Yes.
And his mother seemed very close to him.
Yes.
Do you know whether the Jensen family home, whether there was a computer in the Jensen family home?
Yes, there was.
And where was it? Do you remember?
It was in what David told me was the office. It was a small room that had the computer in it.
And did you ever see Julie on that computer?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Mark Jensen on that computer?
Once or twice.
So the only person did you ever see anybody else on the computer besides Mark Jensen?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Schoor. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
Mr. Schoor, I want to talk to you a little bit about that time you saw Kelly Labonte at the Jensen home.
Okay.
You told this jury today that you saw Kelly Labonte laying on the bed.
Yes, ma'am.
You also testified about this case in January 28th of 2008.
Yes, ma'am.
That would have been about 10 years after Julie Jensen's death.
Yes, ma'am.
Be fair to say it's been a longer period of time since Julie Jensen's death from today. We're talking over 20 years.
Yes.
And when you testified in 2008, you raised your right hand,
Yes, ma'am.
swore to tell the truth,
Yes, ma'am.
just like you did today.
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
On January 28th of 2008, you were asked by Attorney Jamboys about what you saw in the Jensen home with Kelly Labonte.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to refer counsel to page 141. Line 5 and 6.
What's the date of that hearing?
January 28th, 2008.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Schoor, you were asked, and what were they doing? And your response was, from what I can remember, they were standing there.
Okay.
You also were asked questions about anything else you had seen on that day.
Okay.
And you said you had maybe seen them in the bedroom for 1 to 2 seconds.
Okay.
You were also asked if you observed them embracing,
Okay.
and you advised that you had not seen them embracing.
Okay.
Sir, I also want to talk to you about the times you saw the Jensens in their home.
Okay.
You said that you were friends with David Jensen.
Yes, ma'am.
You were also a neighbor
Relatively.
in the same kind of area.
Within a 10-minute drive, yes.
You weren't across the street.
Correct.
So your parents had set up, or your mothers had set up, this Wednesday schedule.
Yes.
That's not the only time you were at the Jensen home.
Correct.
You also went on the weekends.
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that on the weekends is when you mostly saw Mark Jensen?
In relation to,
Wednesdays during the week.
I can't be sure. I'm sorry.
That's fair. And when you were at the Jensen house, I think you said you did things that normal kids would do. Video games, right?
Yes.
Playing outside,
Yes.
being in the pool.
We were in the pool on occasion, yes.
And when you were in the pool on occasions, Miss Jensen was not in the pool with you.
As far as I can remember, no, she was not.
She would kind of watch from the outside.
I can't recall where she was at the time that we were in the pool.
So you don't always remember seeing her.
You're asking if I remember seeing her while I was in the pool?
Correct.
I cannot always remember seeing her while I was in the pool.
You did see, though, Mark Jensen in the pool.
Yes.
He would be in the pool with you and David.
On occasion, yes.
Not every time.
Correct.
But if he was home and available, he would also be in the pool.
On occasion.
I want to talk to you a little bit about this conversation you had with David Jensen.
Okay.
Okay? The first time you talked to anyone about this case would have been a few years after Julie Jensen's death. You never wrote down any notes when you were 8 years old as to what David Jensen told you.
That's correct. I did not.
You never wrote down any notes when you were 8 years old as to what day he told you this.
That's correct. I did not.
You told your mom about what you had heard.
From David?
Correct.
Yes.
And a police detective spoke to your mom.
I can't be sure of that. I don't know.
You weren't home when they spoke to your mom?
I don't know.
That was back in 1998.
I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that the incident happened in 1998. Is that why you don't know or don't remember?
I don't know when detectives spoke to my mom.
And when the detective, you don't know when, but you do know your mom did speak to a detective?
I'm not sure. I don't know if she did or did not.
Did you talk to your mom about this case?
Have I ever?
Yes.
Yes.
And since the incident in 1998 and since your conversation with Attorney Jamboy sometime in 2003, 2004, you've never written a statement as to what you heard
That's correct.
or what you saw?
That's correct.
You were asked about this office, the computer room. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had testified that you had seen Mr. Jensen on the computer 1 or 2 times.
Yes.
Did you go into the computer room?
No.
You have no idea what he was doing in there?
That's correct.
You don't know if he was working?
That's correct.
And you testified that you never saw Julie Jensen in the computer room.
That's correct.
But it'd be fair to say that you weren't watching where Julie Jensen was while you and David Jensen were playing,
In general, no, I was not watching to see what she was doing.
or while you were playing video games.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Any redirect, Mr. Chambliss?
Well, you know, there was a question I wanted to go back into. Defense counsel had posed to you a question. You didn't write anything that you'd write down, anything that you'd been told. Isn't that true? And you said that is true. You didn't write anything down. But actually, that question kind of assumes the existence of a fact, not an evidence, to it that you'd been told anything. Had anybody ever told you what to say about this case?
No.
So in your conversations, whether it was with me or with anybody else or with your mother, has anybody ever told you what you're supposed to say?
No.
Other than you're supposed to tell the truth, right?
Correct.
So when you're talking about the conversation that you had with David when you were 8 years old, you're telling us about the conversation that you had with David when you were 8 years old, correct?
That's correct.
Now, here on the planet Earth, how many 8-year-old children do you know that write down notes about conversations that they have with other 8-year-old children?
I don't know any.
Never heard of any, have you?
No.
In any culture, in any part of the United States or the world at large, you've never heard of an 8-year-old child that makes it a point to sit down and write out notes about a conversation that he or she's had with another 8-year-old child, correct?
Correct.
So it would stand to reason that you would not have notes of a conversation that you had with David when he was 8 years old.
Correct.
But as you're sitting here today, that conversation kind of stands out, doesn't it?
Yes.
You've never had a conversation like that with any other 8-year-old child at the time, did you?
That's correct. I did not.
And David's demeanor was quite a bit different when he talked to you about this, wasn't he? It
Yes, it was.
was something very serious and grave to David, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Did he appear to you to be frightened and concerned?
Objection, Judge. I think he's leading.
Why don't you rephrase it, Mr. Chambliss?
What was his demeanor when he was talking to you?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, you went into it on cross,
And he just
trying to
asked
question. Can
that
I
question.
finish?
Sorry, Judge.
I mean, a poor court reporter. I feel sorry for her sometimes. You went into this area. He has the right to go back into it. So go ahead, Mr. Chambliss.
I'd ask that the last question be read back. Once again, putting pressure on your poor court reporter.
David's demeanor was grave, concerned, nervous, worried.
And now those are among the reasons that you still remember that conversation today?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Schoor, when David talked to you, he wasn't crying.
No.
And you had this conversation when you were 8 years old,
Yes.
and you don't know what day you had this conversation.
I can pinpoint it to within 48 hours of December 3rd, but I can't be sure if it was one day before or 2 days before.
So you don't know what day you had that conversation.
Correct.
You don't know what time you had that conversation.
The exact time?
Correct.
Correct.
You don't know where you were when you had that conversation.
I do know where I was.
Where were you?
I was at school on the playground.
So you were at school on a playground with David Jensen when you had this conversation with him.
Yes.
And I understand that you wouldn't have taken notes in 1998, sir. But at no point have you written down what you remember from that day.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you,
Right,
sir.
you're excused, thank you.
Go to the stand.
What number is that for me?
My co-counsel tells me it's 66, Your Honor.
Thank you.
She's got the list.
Just remain standing, raise your right hand, okay? You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? You get as close as you can to the microphone. And if you could just spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Spell it Laura Schoor, Laura,
The other microphone, ma'am.
Schoor.
Thank you, go ahead.
I know normally people go to the biggest microphone. It's the smallest microphone that we're concerned about here. Mrs. Schoor, do you know Eric Schoor?
I do.
And how is it that you know Eric Schoor?
He's my son.
So you've known him his whole life.
Absolutely.
Directing your attention back to the school year, September through December of 1998, do you remember where Eric was going to school?
Southport Elementary,
And what grade was he in?
3rd grade.
And who was his teacher?
Mrs. DeFazio,
And who was his best friend in 3rd grade?
David Jensen.
And did you meet David Jensen?
I did.
And did you meet his mother, Julie Jensen?
Did.
Tell us what your recollection, what your memory was of Julie Jensen.
I met her approximately when Eric and David were in kindergarten. She was very kind, smiling, positive.
And then you continued to know her through
Yes.
3rd grade?
Yes.
So tell us, did you and...
Oh, okay. I said yes.
Okay. Yes, it's important to speak into these little microphones here, especially you, because the court reporters are back turned to you. And so she can read my lips, although she can usually hear me just fine. But so tell us about any arrangement that you and Mrs. Jensen had with respect to your children playing together.
We would exchange homes on Wednesdays.
So tell us what that means.
That would mean that Eric would go to David's after school on Wednesdays, and then the next week, David would come to our house after school.
And then when the children were done playing, like when David would come to your house after school on Wednesday, would somebody pick David up, or would you deliver David back to his parents' house?
Julie would pick him up.
Okay. And when they were playing at her house, you would pick Eric up?
Correct.
So how often did you see Julie Jensen between September and December of 1998?
At least every other week or once a week.
And did you notice any change in her behavior or her demeanor during that period of time?
No.
Now, do you remember hearing about Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the days preceding Julie Jensen's death.
Okay.
And do you know what day it was that Julie Jensen died?
I do.
What day was it?
December 3rd,
And what day was it that you heard that Julie Jensen had died?
December 4th.
And was it early in the morning or later in the day that you heard that Julie died?
It was approximately, probably 9 o'clock in the morning.
By that time, Eric had gone to school already?
Yes.
So, switching gears to December 2nd, do you remember anything unusual that happened on December 2nd, which was a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the Wednesday
Oh, okay.
preceding December 3rd, December 2nd, can you tell us what happened on December 2nd?
David called our house in the morning before school and asked, and Eric answered the phone and talked to Eric directly and asked if he could come to our house after school instead of Eric going to their house after school, as that was the original plan.
And do you know why David was asking this?
He said his mom was sick.
And did you agree that David could come to your house on
Yes.
December 2nd? And do you recall him coming to your house on December 2nd?
Yes. Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about David on December 2nd?
No, they played in Eric's room. I didn't know.
And then the next day, David and Eric went to school, December 3rd.
Yes.
And now, any time before you heard about the death of Julie Jensen, had you had a conversation with Eric about a conversation that he had with David?
Yes, on December 4th, the morning before school, Eric came to me and said, "Mom, David told me his mom is sick and she's breathing," and he did a deep kind of thing, and his dad won't take him to the hospital.
So you're sure that conversation between you and Eric occurred on the morning of December 4th?
Yes,
And later later within the hour or so, you heard that Julie had
within
died.
a couple hours, yeah. Mhm.
Thank you, Mrs. Schoor. I don't have any further questions of you.
Examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Schoor, you said that you saw David on December 2nd? On that Wednesday?
Yes,
And that was at your home?
yes,
And David didn't say anything to you
No.
about his mom?
no.
In fact, you saw the boys playing?
They played, yeah.
David wasn't crying,
No,
didn't seem to be under any distress.
not that I saw.
What you knew on that Wednesday was that David had contacted your son because his mom was sick.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Thank you. On December 3rd, you didn't have any conversation with your son about anything David Jensen told him.
no,
And then you said on December 4th is when your son had this conversation with you.
in the morning, early morning. Mhm.
On December 9th, you spoke to Detective Ratsberg.
Okay,
It was probably a week after Julie Jensen's death. Do you remember
Okay.
speaking to a detective?
yes,
And he came to your home,
yes,
and he wanted to talk to you about Julie Jensen's death.
yes,
He also wanted to talk to you about what you knew about Julie Jensen.
I guess so.
And you knew Julie Jensen because your boys were friends.
Right,
Were you a member of this book club?
no,
So it was really because the boys were friends that you two talked to each other.
yes.
So you didn't know a lot about Julie Jensen.
I mean, I knew her for 4 years.
Right.
I mean,
Did you guys vacation together?
no,
Go
no,
out to lunches together?
maybe once.
And what you told one of the things you talked to Detective Ratsberg about was Julie Jensen discussed getting a job with you.
Okay,
Do you remember that?
Not particularly.
Okay. One of the things you talked to Detective Ratzberg about was that Julie Jensen said she was supposed to start a job at Bradford High School.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Very vague.
Do you remember telling Detective Ratzberg that she told you she was going to start on December 7th?
No, I don't remember that specifically.
That's fine. But you do remember talking to Detective Ratzberg
Yes.
and him asking you questions.
Yes, but I don't remember the conversation.
You don't remember the questions, but you remember him
Correct.
asking you questions.
Correct.
And he was taking notes on what you said.
I guess so.
Were you answering his questions truthfully, if you
Objection.
remember?
Of course,
Well,
yeah.
This is all irrelevant unless, is there some prior inconsistent statement?
I don't have to just cross her on inconsistent statements.
No, but she's got to cross her on something relevant. How is it relevant that she spoke to Detective Ratzberg at some point?
Well, maybe she's trying to see what was said to the detective at that time.
Thank you,
Well,
Judge.
and Your Honor, what was said to Detective Ratzberg was hearsay. So if she wants to ask her about the topic of conversation, if she can ask her to Julie
Well,
Jensen.
maybe there's a statement, I don't know, so we'll see where we're going.
I'm asking the declarant what she said to Detective Ratzberg. Thank
Which
you,
is
Judge.
hearsay. And so what she should ask the declarant is, did Julie ever talk to you about getting a job? She can ask her that. She doesn't need to ask her about hearsay statements. Just ask her. And if she doesn't remember, then she can refresh her recollection.
I'm not going to refresh her recollection, but I will ask that way, question that way.
Mr. Jambai, you can't be both. You can't be the defense attorney and the prosecutor for questioning. So let her do her job, and we will get through this case. Thank you.
Ms. Schoor, do you remember Julie Jensen talking to you about getting a job at Bradford High School?
Right now, I can't remember.
Do you remember Julie Jensen telling you that she was going to start a job at Bradford High School on December 7th?
I don't remember.
You do remember talking to a detective,
Yes.
and you remember answering his questions
Yes.
truthfully. One of the things that you testified before this jury today was that David said his mom was sick, right?
Yes.
And David said, my dad won't take her to the hospital.
Yes.
When you talked to Detective Ratzberg, you didn't tell him that David said, Mark Jensen wouldn't take her to the hospital.
Okay.
Is that true?
I don't remember.
Counsel, can you direct me to the document you're referring to?
Police reports.
Okay, what page?
Page 17 of Detective Ratzberg's report.
And for the record, what document are you talking about? That you were just flashing over to the other side?
I'm crossing her on statements she made to Detective Ratzberg. So the document I'm looking at is Detective Ratzberg's report. I'm not going to show it to her because I don't think that would help.
All right.
Did you talk to Julie Jensen about her concerns about Douglas going into daycare?
Vaguely remember.
And the reason you talked to her about that is she didn't want him to go into daycare, which is why she was trying to get a job in the school system.
Right. There was preschool he was in, but not. She didn't want him to go to daycare all day long.
And again, you had a chance to see David Jensen on December 2nd.
Yes.
And he'd been coming over to your house every other Wednesday for months.
Yes.
And he never mentioned anything to you.
No.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, I can't find the document, so I just want to find,
It's the police
yeah,
report.
but I want to know which page it's on. So you don't remember the conversation that you'd had with Julie at some point about starting a job at Bradford High School?
As I sit here right now, I can't recall it.
Okay, just, I'll try to read this part and see if that refreshes your recollection, okay?
Judge, I think she first has to ask if Detective Ratsburg report is going to refresh her recollection, because it's not her report.
I think she's right. It's not her statement. It's a statement by somebody else, so.
So you don't remember talking to Detective Ratsburg? I mean, you do remember talking to Detective Ratsburg, but you don't remember any conversation about Julie starting a job at Bradford High School?
I can't remember as I sit here now.
Okay.
I just,
But you do recall telling Detective Ratsburg about the statement that Eric had made?
I don't remember anything that I said to him as I sit here now.
Okay, I'm going to, what? When you spoke to Detective Ratsburg, do you remember how you described the conversation that you'd had with Eric about what David had told him?
I just can't remember talking to what I said to him.
Okay.
I just,
Well, tell us if you can. I want you to think back to the morning of December 4th, 1998, and think about the conversation that you had with Eric, what Eric had told you about his conversation with David. Can you think back to that for a
yeah,
moment?
I remember Eric telling me.
And what exactly did Eric tell you?
He said, my mom is sick, and she's breathing like a deep breathing, and his dad won't take her to the hospital.
Did Eric tell you that David had told him that his mom was almost dead?
No,
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
No further questions.
Anything on that from the defense?
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Schoor, since this case, Ms. Jensen's passing, you've spoken to your son about this case.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. Okay, what number's next?
Judge, the state is calling Angela Martinelli, and that is number 48.
Thank you. Remain standing, raise your right hand. I solemnly swear the testimony of this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. She said, yes, I do. You want to get as close as you can to that smaller microphone, okay? All right, can you also then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Angela, Angela, Martinelli, Martinelli.
Right, try to speak a little louder with that. Go ahead, Mr. Is it Ms. McNeil? You're going to do the
Yes,
question?
thank
Go ahead.
So we're just using the smaller mic.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Martinelli, where did you live in 1998?
I lived in Pleasant Prairie on 2nd Avenue.
Is that the Carroll Beach
Yes.
neighborhood?
Yes.
It is? Okay. And when you lived in that neighborhood, did you meet a Julie Jensen?
I met her when I lived on Lakeshore Drive. We moved in 97 to 2nd Avenue, which was still kind of in the neighborhood, but a little farther.
So what year did you meet Julie Jensen?
I met her, I would say 1991.
And how did you meet her?
She was a neighbor, and then we also formed a book club, and we were part of book club together.
So is this the book club that met once a month?
Yes,
So at the least, you would typically see Julie Jensen once a month?
at the very least, yes.
And did you, at certain times when you knew her, did you see Julie Jensen more often?
Yes.
And what were those circumstances where you would see her more often?
Just outside in the neighborhood, and then our boys went to preschool together, so I would see her, I think it was 3 days a week that we took the boys to preschool.
Are you talking about her younger son?
Yes,
And so your child and Julie Jensen's younger son went to the same preschool.
correct.
Now, can you tell us when those two children were going to that preschool, what the days and hours were?
I believe it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8:30 to about 11 or 11:30.
And would you sometimes see Julie Jensen picking up your child and she would be there too?
Yes.
And did you make any observations about Julie Jensen as a mother?
I thought she was an excellent mother.
So she seemed to be attentive to her child?
Very, very caring.
And is there any point in time where you thought Ms. Jensen's personality changed in any way from what you observed?
No.
So now I'd like you to think to the last time you would have seen Julie Jensen alive. Do you know when that would have been?
That would have been November 20th. We had lunch together with
Okay.
the kids.
And is this a lunch where you went out to a restaurant?
Yes. After we picked up the boys from preschool, we went out to lunch.
So pickup time, is that around 11:30?
11 or 11:30, yeah.
And then you went to eat lunch somewhere?
Yes.
Do you happen to remember where?
Stars and Stripes restaurant.
All right, and how did you end up going to lunch with Julie Jensen? Do you recall how it got set up?
She invited me. She called and invited me.
And when you were eating lunch, do you recall any topics of conversation or anything?
I remember we were talking about Thanksgiving that was coming up and that she was baking pies for Thanksgiving.
And did Julie Jensen eat lunch with you?
Yes.
So she wasn't refusing to eat or anything like
No,
that?
no.
Now, did you end up having a child in early December of that year?
Yes, December 1st of 98.
And did you think Julie Jensen would be interested in hearing that?
Yes, I was going to call all my friends, and when I called Carrie Ashley, who was a mutual friend, she said she would call and let Julie know that I had my baby.
And so just going back to the last time you saw Julie Jensen, did you have any concerns about her demeanor?
I did not.
And how would you describe her demeanor?
She was always a very soft-spoken, calm, just a very caring, kind person.
And the children were actually at the lunch, her youngest child?
The youngest, yeah, her youngest was, yes,
And one of your children?
and one of mine. Hmm.
And so no difference in her demeanor in terms of how she treated her child?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Martinelli, you said you were neighbors with the Jensens until sometime in 1997,
Yes.
and you continued to remain friends when you saw each other picking up your children?
Yes, we still lived in the same neighborhood, just a little farther away.
And although you knew Julie Jensen and did this book club with her, your families didn't like vacation together.
No, we did go over to their house for dinner.
So you knew Mark Jensen also?
Yes.
Now, you said you've known Julie Jensen since 1991 when you were in the same neighborhood.
Yes.
And the last time you spoke to her was this lunch on November 20th of 1998.
Correct.
And you both had 3-year-olds at the time?
Yes.
It'd be fair to say that when you have a 3-year-old and you're eating lunch, you're also helping your 3-year-old eat lunch.
Yes.
Make sure they're eating their food.
Yes.
Make sure they're sitting still,
Yes.
not running around the neighborhood
Correct.
or around the restaurant. And that's something you and Julie Jensen also did.
Yes.
Now, she said that she was making pies for Thanksgiving.
Yes.
She never mentioned any concerns about eating or drinking when she was talking to you.
No.
In fact, Julie Jensen's the one that did most of the cooking in that Jensen household.
I don't know.
And for Thanksgiving, she talked about how she was going to make the pies.
Correct.
When you talked to Julie Jensen, you didn't have conversations about problems in marriages?
No.
And Julie Jensen never complained to you about any problem in her marriage?
No.
She never talked about any affairs?
No.
She never said on November 20th of 1998 that she was afraid of her husband?
No.
She also never talked to you about depression
No.
or her own depression?
No.
You were at the November Book Club?
I was not.
You were not at the November Book Club. Were you at the October Book Club?
Yes.
And did you miss other book clubs? If you remember.
Rarely.
It's fair to say that the people in the book club sometimes missed book clubs.
Yes.
They might have had family issues,
Correct.
work obligations.
Yes.
Did you keep track of who came or didn't come
No.
to a book club?
No, not really.
Had you been at book clubs at the Jensen's house before?
Yes.
You never saw any unusual behavior at the Jensen home?
No.
Never saw Mr. Jensen angry with his wife,
No.
yell at his wife,
No.
demean his wife?
No.
And Mrs. Jensen never talked to you about any of those things?
No.
Never expressed any concern?
No.
And that includes on November 20th?
That's right.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. Our next number.
That would be the state is calling Joseph Mangi, number 46.
Thank you. If you could remain standing, sir, I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the smaller microphone. And if you could spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
It's Joseph Mangi, Joseph-Mangi.
Thank you. Who's doing the questioning?
I am, Judge.
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Mr. Mangi, during your career, did you work in the Kenosha Unified School System?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about your career in Kenosha Unified?
My wife and I came to Kenosha in 1970, and I taught reading and study skills at Washington Junior High for 1 year, and then was appointed the Dean of Students at Lincoln Junior High the following year. And 2 years later was appointed the Assistant Principal at Bullen Junior High. I was there for 3 years, and then I was appointed principal at McKinley Junior High, and then that was 7 years, and then at Lance Junior High for 2 years, and then Bradford High School for 18 years from 1987 to 2005.
And after that, did you retire, or what happened after 2005?
I tried to retire. The following year, I was principal at Ipsola for a year, and then the following year, I was appointed superintendent from 2007 to 2010, and then retired again, and then came back to be superintendent in 2014.
Are you now retired?
Sort of.
So then, to be clear, in 1998, you would have been the principal at Bradford High School?
Yes, I was.
Now, sometime in the late fall of 1998, was Bradford High School hiring for a secretary in the office?
Yes, we needed a part-time secretary.
And did a person by the name of Julie Jensen apply for that job?
Yes, she did.
Were you part of the interview process? Were you one of the interviewers?
Yes, I was the main interviewer.
And did Ms. Julie Jensen get an interview?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you an exhibit. So I've put in front of you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 8. Is that the resume Julie Jensen would have submitted for this job?
Yes.
And what kind of skills were you looking for this part-time legal secretary or part-time secretary?
Well, we're a high school, so my philosophy was to look for someone who loved kids, loved working with kids, and loved education. It would have been someone with good relationship skills, with office efficiency, typewriting skills. We did not have computers at the time, so it would have been typewriting skills. Efficient, professional, kind, being able to carry on good relationships, primarily with students, parents, the teachers, office personnel.
And so, did you end up interviewing Ms. Jensen the morning of November 20th of 1998?
I believe so.
What was your impression of Ms. Jensen during that interview?
Objection, relevance.
If she appeared to be actively seeking and wanting this job, fitting the criteria?
Well, I'll let you go in a little bit in that area. Go ahead.
So you may answer the question of your impressions of Ms. Jensen.
She appeared to be very professional, kind, easy to talk to, upbeat, efficient, all of those things.
So did you think, based on that interview, she was a good fit for the job?
Yes, I did.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 8, this resume, did Julie Jensen express in this resume that she had computer skills?
No, it wouldn't have come up because we didn't have computers at the time, so we weren't looking for that, and so she would not have discussed it because they weren't available. I mean, the only computer that I can remember was to track student attendance, and that wasn't the position she was applying for. All of the secretaries had typewriters at the time.
Now, as part of your trying to figure out whether Ms. Jensen was a good fit for this job, did you learn about her volunteering at Southport Elementary School?
Yes, it's always part of the process that you talk to someone and get a reference. So I did call the Southport principal, and he was very positive about her work at the school as a volunteer.
And now, in terms of this particular job, was there a minimum number of people you had to interview?
Yes, there were 3. The minimum number of candidates, the policy is you must interview 3 candidates for any position. And so she was the second of the 3 candidates.
And so once you were done with the interview process and you had interviewed the number of candidates you needed to, who did you decide to hire for the job?
Julie Jensen.
And in order to hire her, how did you try to contact her?
I called the home.
And so I want you to think to that time period when you would have called the home. Would that have been sometime the week of November 30th?
Yes.
And so after Thanksgiving?
Yes. We interviewed Julie Jensen November 20th. That was Thanksgiving week, I believe. And so the following Monday, I may have interviewed the 3rd candidate. And so I would have called the home to inform Mrs. Jensen that she had the position, and it would have been either Tuesday or Wednesday, the middle of the week. I don't recall exactly which day, but probably the Tuesday or Wednesday of that week.
Okay. And so November turning into December, Tuesday is December 1st, and Wednesday is December 2nd? Is that
Yes.
accurate? So you think one of those 2 days?
Yes.
Now, when you called the Jensen home, did Julie Jensen answer?
No, she did not.
Okay. Who answered the phone?
I believe it was Mr. Jensen.
Okay, so it was a male who answered the phone
Yes, it was.
and sounded like an adult.
Yes.
You knew she had a husband.
Yes.
And do you recall whether he identified himself or not?
I identified myself. Hello, this is Joe Mangi, principal of Bradford High School, and I'd like to speak to Julie Jensen. We'd like to offer her the position of the part-time secretary.
And so your belief was you were telling this to her husband.
Yes.
And what was his response?
His response was, she's asleep. She's going to be asleep for a long time, and he laughed.
How would you describe the laugh?
Well, it wasn't a loud guffaw. It was, making light of the situation. I mean, I wasn't anticipating a laugh, so it was disconcerting, but it definitely was a laugh, like you would make light of a situation or whatever.
Now, you would have called during normal daytime hours, correct?
That's correct.
So you weren't calling very late at night?
No. It would have been during the school day.
So did you ever end up actually speaking to Julie Jensen to offer her the job?
No, I did not.
So what's the next thing that you learned about Julie Jensen?
It was a day or two later that I learned that she had died. So.
And do you have a recollection of how you learned that?
It's hard to remember. I believe it might have been, I live in the neighborhood, and when I could, I would take walks after school hours. Many times I'd come home at 4:30 because there was always an evening event at Bradford. Tuesday nights were girls basketball, Thursday nights were wrestling, Wednesday nights were swimming, and so I would go back to the school because the kids needed to see their principal supporting them. At least that's how I felt. So it may have been a neighbor in the neighborhood. It may have been the nurse, Mrs. Labanowski, who also was a neighbor and was our school nurse at Bradford.
So do you think it was still during the school week and not a weekend that you learned she had died?
Yes.
Now, after learning that, did that cause you additional concern about that conversation you had had?
Yes, it did.
And so what did you do, given that you had this additional concern?
Well, I spoke with Mrs. Labanowski, the nurse, because she seemed to have known Mrs. Jensen. And then I spoke to the police liaison officer at Bradford. I believe it may have been Detective Rick Bentz. I remember speaking to him. And he said, well, it's Pleasant Prairie. We don't have jurisdiction there. You need to call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department and share your concern. So that's what I did.
All right. And so what were your concerns in that moment that caused you to call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department?
Well, it's unsettling, it's disconcerting, it just didn't fit somehow. So I thought, well, if it's pertinent to anything, it's my civic duty to inform somebody, let the police sort it out. I wasn't settled. It bothered me. Something wasn't right.
So now, just one more time, take a look at State's Exhibit number 8. Based on Ms. Jensen's resume, was she a homemaker working from her home from May of 1991 until the time that you were about to offer her this job?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
So I would move State's Exhibit 8 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
All right, it's received. Are we done with the direct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Is it Mangi?
Mangi, yes.
Mr. Mangi, I want to direct you to that Exhibit 8 sitting in front of you. That's the resume you received from Julie Jensen.
Yes.
And at the bottom of that resume that you received from Julie Jensen, it does talk about general office skills.
Yes.
And one of the general office skills you see listed is typing.
Yes.
Another one is filing.
Yes.
And the last one on there says online security order entry.
Okay.
Is that what it says, sir?
That's what it says.
You didn't actually talk to her about all of the general office skills she had.
Well, typing would have been one of them. Filing would have been one of them. Record keeping. Mostly it was interaction with students, teachers, and parents. We were a large school, 1,800 students. So I was looking for somebody that would good relationship skills with kids, with people.
So, Mr. Mangi, you didn't actually talk to her about all of the general office skills she had.
Well, we wouldn't have talked about, yes, we did. We talked about office skills in general that were pertinent to the job.
So the office skills listed on Miss Jensen's resume, did you talk to her about every single general office skill she had when you were interviewing her?
Everything but online security order entry, because at the time we didn't have computers, so we wouldn't have talked about that at all.
Thank you. Just like you just said, you didn't talk to her because computer use was not something you needed for this job.
That's correct.
She did tell you she could type.
Yes.
She didn't mention any concerns with how fast she could type.
No.
When you were speaking to Ms. Jensen during this interview, she never told you that Mr. Jensen didn't want her to get a job.
No, that never came up.
And at the end of the interview, you didn't offer her the job.
I couldn't because she was the second of 3 candidates. I had to wait for the third candidate to be interviewed.
So at the end of the interview, you didn't offer her the job.
No, I wasn't able to.
You didn't pick a start date.
No.
You told her you'd get back to her.
Yes.
Now, you testified that the week of November 30th is when you called the Jensen home.
Yes.
And just to clarify, November 20th of 1998 was a Friday.
I believe so, yes.
And then you were going to complete the rest of the interviews the next week, Thanksgiving week.
Yes,
And it was the week after that that you contacted the Jensen home.
yes, because the third candidate need to be interviewed. I don't remember. It was Thanksgiving week. It was hard to, to interview people Thanksgiving week. So it may have been that week, the third candidate. It may have been the following Monday. But then it would have been Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe, as best I can recollect, the middle of the week.
So you don't remember when you interviewed the third candidate?
I do not. It would have been in the files of the part-time secretary applications at Bradford, but those files were thrown out when I retired by the succeeding principal.
Okay, I want to talk to you a little bit about the timing of the phone call. You testified on direct you thought it was sometime during the school day.
Yes,
And the school day was what hours? 7:30 until 2:55?
that was the school day for students, yes.
Your school day was longer.
Yes, I was there at 6:30 in the morning because we had before school breakfast for a lot of students, and I would have been there after school. I tried to be a visible principal, so that's when you got your paperwork done from 5:30.
So when you said on direct that it would have been sometime during the school day, you're talking about your school day.
It would have been during the school day, most likely. Things are, with a big school like that, are pretty hectic in the morning and then through the lunch hours. But then things calm down after 1:30, between 1:30 and 3. So it was probably in that time zone when things were calmer and I had time to think.
It could have been after the students had left the school when you were sitting there doing paperwork.
It could have been. Most likely it was the early afternoon. It could have been 3:30 or so, but probably no later than that.
Do you remember testifying in this case on January 28th of 2008?
Yes.
And you were asked about what time you made this particular call.
Yes.
And I'm going to refer council to page 170, lines 4 through 11. Mr. Mangi, you were asked, do you recall during which time you would have made this particular call? And you responded, I don't, I do not. You were then asked, okay, could it have been after school hours? And your response was, it could have been.
That's true.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about this conversation you had when you called the Jensen home. Okay?
Okay.
You identified yourself,
Yes.
and you said, I want to offer Miss Jensen this job.
Yes.
And the individual on the phone advised you that Miss Jensen was asleep.
Yes.
And I think your testimony was asleep for a long time.
Yes.
And then that person laughed.
Yes.
And you said it wasn't a loud laugh,
No,
like a guffaw, I think you said.
that's correct. It wasn't that.
And it wasn't a long laugh.
Well, it was a laugh. It wasn't forever, but when you're not expecting something, it was like making light of the situation kind of laugh.
So it was like making light of a situation.
Yes.
That's what you got from the laugh.
That's what I recollect. Yes, that's what I
You-
got from it.
Thank you. You had never met Mr. Jensen.
No, never.
You'd never spoken to him on the phone.
No,
Didn't know his voice.
nope,
Didn't know his demeanor.
no,
Didn't know if he had a nervous laugh.
no.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Just to clarify, did it sound like someone just doing a nervous laugh?
It didn't to me, it didn't appear to be a nervous laugh. I mean, when you're not expecting something, you know, it's hard to determine. I remember it wasn't a loud guffaw. I don't know what a nervous laugh can be. I'm not an expert in, you know, how people laugh, especially when you're not anticipating something. It wasn't, do you know what I mean? It was a phone call. It was a laugh. It was making light of the situation. It's kind of how I interpreted it. It was unsettling to me. I didn't expect that, so I don't know what else I can say. It's hard to describe, you know, a laugh from 25 years ago. It's the best I can recollect.
I have no further questions.
Anything on that one question?
No.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for coming in. All right, there's been a request by the jury for a break, and I'm going to honor it. So let's go back and take a little break. Don't talk about the case, okay? All right, let's try to be back quarter after 10. All right.
Need a comprehensive. I'll get him at lunch.
All right, we are back on the record again on Mr. Jensen's case. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. Ms. McNeil, who is the next witness?
Kimberly Noble, Your Honor. Formerly known as Kimberly Shaw.
Just have you stand and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, not but the truth, so help you God? Try to get as close as you can to that smaller microphone.
Okay.
And then spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Kim Noble, Kimnoble.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
Thank you. And Ms. Noble, did you know a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
I did.
Tell the jury how you came to know Julie Jensen.
I lived in the same neighborhood as Julie, and we were in a book club together. And she babysat for my daughter for the first 2 years of her existence.
So, what year was it that you first met Julie Jensen, if you can recall?
We moved into the neighborhood in '92.
And how was it that you first came to meet or know Julie Jensen?
Introduced by neighbors. So when we would go outside, we would talk, and then we joined a book club together.
So, between the time of 1992 and the time of Julie's death in 1998, about how often would you see Julie Jensen?
We moved down the street a little bit in 1996. So at that point in time, it became more for just book club, which was once a month. But prior to that, when we lived very close, we would see each other outside. And when she was babysitting for Clarice, then more frequently, because I would drop off or pick up Clarice once a day.
So between 1992 and 1996, when you were living closer to them, where exactly did you live in relation to the Jensen residence?
There were 2 houses in between our houses, and I was south, so.
Okay, so you lived the third house to the south of their house.
Correct.
And so during the summer months, could you tell us what your typical interaction would be, if any, with Julie Jensen between 1992 and 1996?
A lot of people would walk. So in the earlier years, people would walk and be around with kids in strollers, and we'd stop and talk. Julie would work in the yard, and so we'd stop and talk. And also, when I would drop off Clarice, either in the morning or pick her up in the afternoon, we would just talk about general things, what's going on.
So what was Clarice's date of birth?
June 6, 1994.
And so how long were you at home with Clarice before you had to go back to work?
I had 8 weeks leave, so approximately beginning of September, end of August.
You went back to work?
Yes.
And so what did you do with Clarice when you went back to work?
Julie babysat for Clarice.
So that must have been hard to be with your baby for 2 months and then have to leave her and to go to work?
It was, but I
So-
chose to be a working mom.
Yes. And so you wouldn't leave your 2-month-old baby with just anybody?
No,
You were very concerned about making sure that you had a good place to put Clarice?
correct.
And you decided on Julie?
Yes.
And what were the qualities about Julie that would cause you to trust her enough to leave your 2-month-old baby daughter in her care?
She was very kind, very compassionate. I never really heard her yell or raise her voice. She was just an all-around nice person.
Had you seen her as a mother with her children?
Yes.
And what kind of a mother did you perceive her to be with her children?
Kind, compassionate, helpful, trying to learn things, involved in what the kids were doing, and, just all around what I would say is a good mom.
So during the time that Mrs. Jensen, Julie Jensen, was watching Clarice, you would drop Clarice off with her?
Either drop her off or pick her up, depending on work schedules. My husband and I would alternate.
I see. And whenever you picked up Clarice, did she appear to be in good shape?
Yes.
Did Julie and Clarice appear to have developed a bond, could you perceive?
It seemed to me that she was doing a very good job taking care of Clarice, and Clarice was very happy to be there.
Clarice never threw a fit about going to the
No,
Jensens.
no.
And that was from about August of 94?
Yes, to about September of 96.
And why was it that you then had Clarice go somewhere else, if you can recall?
Judge,
I
would object. This is irrelevant. I don't.
Tell me where we're going, Mr. Jimway.
Yes. Well, Your Honor, if you'll recall the opening statement that was made by defense
Did recall
counsel.
it. From the defense, correct?
Yes, by the
And
defense.
the issue was brought up, mental health,
Yes.
suicide, correct?
Yes, in the years preceding this incident.
So we will continue with this line of questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. That means you can answer the question. So I forgot, I'd asked the reporter to read back the last question.
So in late August, early September of 96, we put Clarice in a daycare. I was expecting our second child, and we just felt it was good timing to move Clarice when school started, because I could tell her she was going to school. And that way, with the second one on the way, we could put them both in the same daycare.
So that was not because of any problems or complaints you had about Mrs. Jensen?
No,
Julie
not
Jensen?
at all.
And did you remain friends with Julie Jensen from 1996 up until the point of her death?
Yes.
Did you see any change in her, and you saw her at book club on a regular basis?
Correct.
Did you ever see any deterioration or change in Julie during the time that you knew her?
I did not.
And what was your impression of Julie Jensen during that entire time, from 1992 through 1998? What was your impression of Julie Jensen as a person and as a mother?
As a person, she seemed happy with her hobbies of gardening and cooking and crafting. And as a mother, she was involved in school activities with the boys, and she seemed to be a very good mother.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. I have no further questions.
All right, Kress from the defense.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Noble, you said that you went to book club in November of 1998.
That is correct.
That's the only time you spoke to Julie Jensen in November of 1998?
It is the only time I recall speaking to her.
And then you would have been at book club in October of 1998?
Correct.
Do you specifically remember Julie Jensen being at that book club?
I don't specifically remember her being there.
You were there.
I was there.
Do you remember any other dates that you might have had a conversation with Julie Jensen in October of 1998?
I do not remember any other dates.
Most of the contact that you had with Julie Jensen when she was watching your daughter?
Most of the extended contact. After that, it switched to the book clubs, so that was more like one time a month.
So between 1994 to 1996, it was maybe a daily contact at some points.
That's fair to say, yes.
And then after 1996, you both moved from the neighborhood and moved your child out of her care.
Yeah, we moved just down the street. We actually moved from the neighborhood in fall of 94.
And after you took your child out of her care, you started to see her more on a monthly basis.
Correct, for book club.
If she was at the book club.
She was a regular attendee.
So if she was at the book club as a regular attendee, you would have seen her.
Correct.
If you were at the book club.
Correct.
And there were times that people didn't make the book club.
There were times.
People have other things going on in their lives.
Correct.
Vacations,
Correct.
birthdays,
Correct.
school events,
True.
many reasons.
True.
One of the things that you did know about Julie Jensen is that she had gone to school for nursing.
Correct.
And that's one of the things when you talked about having your child with her that you knew about her.
Correct.
You also met Mr. Jensen during this time in the neighborhood.
Yes,
You saw him with his boys,
I did, but not nearly as frequently.
and you knew that he worked full-time.
Correct.
You knew that Jensen was a stay-at-home mom.
Correct.
And as a stay-at-home mom, she also watched children,
Correct.
including your child.
Yes.
And she would feed your child,
Yes.
make lunch for your child.
Yes.
Did you pack your child a lunch?
Sometimes, not always.
And when you didn't, she would make sure your child was fed.
Correct.
At the book club, besides reading about the book, there were also treats.
Yes.
Was it mostly like brownies, or were there other types of food there?
It varied.
And at the November book club, there were treats at that book club.
Correct.
Julie Jensen prepared those treats.
Correct.
Julie Jensen didn't express any concerns about her husband at that November book club.
The only concern I remember was brief.
About a tree that had been blown over by the wind.
The cover from the spa blew up because of the wind and hit the tree.
And she was worried about explaining that to Mark.
Correct.
You had never seen Mark Jensen yell at his wife.
I had not seen Mark Jensen yell at his wife.
And when she kind of explained her concerns about this tree, she never said she thought her husband was going to do something to her,
No, she
kill
just,
her.
She seemed worried, but it was more in a how will I explain what's going to happen kind of situation, not fearing for her life situation.
Not fearing for her safety.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, let me get the next number. So for purposes of timing, this is a video witness, and it's quite lengthy, so I think if the court approves, we could stop the video for the lunch hour when it
All
gets...
right, let's start it and see where we go.
Okay, and so this would be witness number 75, Tadeusz or Ted Vogt.
Jan, I have that document back. right, I will read to the jury again the agreement the parties have regarding recorded testimony. You'll be hearing and seeing previously recorded testimony of witnesses who are no longer available to testify in person. You are instructed to ignore the logo which may appear on these videos because it has no relevance to this case. You are further instructed that this recorded testimony is evidence and should be evaluated the same way as witnesses who testify in person. So, anytime you're ready, Ms. McNeil.
And then for the record, this is State's Exhibit 9.
Number 9?
Correct.
All right.
For the record, will you please state your full name and spell your first and last name?
Tadeusz Wogt, Tedeuswojt.
And Mr. Voigt, did you know Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know Mark and Julie Jensen?
They were my next door neighbors.
Where did you live at the time that you were the neighbors of the Jensens?
It was a 9024 Lakeshore Drive, First Avenue at that time.
And when did you first move to 9024 First Avenue?
It was around 1992.
And when you moved into that residence, who were you living with at that time?
Yes.
Who were you living with at that time?
My wife,
And what's your wife's name?
Margaret.
And do you and Margaret have any children?
Yes, we do.
How many children do you have, sir?
2.
And how old are they?
20.
20 and 21, sir?
Right now.
Yes. And what do you do for a living, Mr. White?
Well, I'm in construction and design of arts, usable arts for housings and personal usage and everything.
Tell us what you mean by usable arts for housing.
Well, I design for like restaurants, special bars, jazz clubs, stages, furniture, desks, any type of piece that you can use for your personal use. I will work with the client and design some very unusual, creative piece of furniture or just artwork.
Okay. Can you describe some of the types of artwork that you've created in the past, say, 2 years or so?
Oh yeah, I just finished one of the project downtown Chicago, Pops for Champagne, and I designed Pops for Champagne. I designed for them their bars are stone, glass, stainless steel. Their custom tables, very unusual. That's what the client asked me to design something for them that never been done before, they never seen before. So that's what I do. I create, I use my imagination, and I build it in my head, then it goes on the paper, and go to my shop, and then I do it.
And how long, well, as of December 3rd, 1998, how long had you been living at 9024 First Avenue?
I think so. It's got to be 12 years.
Now, if you can tell the jury, if you can remember, how was it that you first met Julie Jensen?
Well, actually, about 2 years before we built our house, we moved to our house, I bought the lot across the street from Julie Jensen.
And what year was it you bought the lot across the street from Julie Jensen, if you can remember?
What year was it?
Yes, do you remember?
Probably 1990.
Okay. And so what was it about buying that lot across the street from Julie?
I bought that lot to build a house on it, because actually we had existing foundation. And since we started building, then across the street, that lot, there was at the moment new construction going on, which was Julie's and Mark's house. And then on a daily basis, us coming into the construction site and leaving the construction site, we saw Julie And actually, one of the occasion, Julie actually came out to our construction site and introduced herself. She helped us a few times. She will check on us if we stay there a little bit longer, like 9 or 10 o'clock. She was like asking, are you having a problem or some other stuff? You know, we were just working a long time, long hours.
So just check on you and being a good neighbor and seeing how you were doing.
Yep. No reason, just walk out and, you know.
So did you come to view Julie Jensen as a person that was a friend of yours?
Yes. Yes, more than a neighbor, I would say a friend.
And after you built that house across the street, at some point you then apparently built a house next door to them.
Yes, there was, I think so during the construction of the house across the street, I noticed there was a sign next to Mark and Julie's house for sale. And I called the number, and actually there was Mark's telephone number. It was their lot. And we started talking, and they sold me the lot. And then I built a house there.
Now, is that the first time you ever spoken to Mark Jensen, is when you were...
No, I did spoke to him before.
So you'd also come to know Mark Jensen before you built your house there?
Yes.
And in the years that followed as you lived there, did you occasionally socialize with Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes, we did. Yes,
Tell us some of the circumstances under which you'd socialize with them.
Well, the basic stuff was this. I liked the neighborhood. That's why we moved there. There was very like family-oriented neighborhood. They had the kids. We had the kids. So when you on the weekends or when you come home early or something, always there was somebody out there. You could talk to Mark, Julie, on a daily basis. They're very friendly people, very nice people.
Did your children play with their children?
Yes, we did. We had a couple of times dinners together. We went, I think, so a few times to Shawnee's restaurant on Highway 50. And, I just nice people.
You enjoyed their company?
Yes, very.
Now, did there come a time in 1998 when Julie started to describe to you some problems that she was having in the household?
There was a few weeks. I think so. It was 6 weeks or 5 weeks before Julie died. I noticed the difference. Noticed in her behavior.
So what was the first time, if you can tell the jury, what was the first time that you noticed that there was a change in Julie's behavior?
Well, the biggest thing was I was leaving to work, I remember that morning, and I was, just getting ready, getting the stuff in my car, and I noticed that Julie was sitting in the front of the house on the bench, and she was like leaning down with her hands out on the railings, and she was crying. So, I just, because we've been friends, we talked a lot before, so I didn't hesitate. I just come up and I talked to her.
Now, this occurred approximately how long before she died?
I would say 5-6 weeks. I cannot tell you exactly, but that was about the time. It was fall already.
So when you were talking to her, did you approach her or did she come over by you?
I did approach her. I was very concerned. I did approach her because I don't think so she didn't even see me.
And when you approached her, as you got closer to her, what did you see?
Well, when I approached her, I said she had her head down, the hands kind of spread out, and you can hear her cry. And then she pulled her head up. She had tears on her face, she was all red. And we started talking. I started asking her what's going on, what's this, and she didn't want to say what was the problem. She didn't want to just, in the first thing. And after probably, I think it's a minute or 2 minutes of discussion, I asked she started kind of waving her hands and saying they had another big argument this morning. She had it with it. The situation in the house has got very intense. They will have a daily arguments, few times a day. You know, and one of the biggest things she said, contribution to those arguments is started when Mark got his new job. He like kind of changed, and one of the things which she said at that time, at that moment, she said she thinks Mark has got another woman, and that's why this thing is going on like this. That's why she's getting so much pressure from here.
Did she describe to you, if you can recall, what kind of pressure Mark was putting on her?
Well, one of this pressure was go get a job. He told her to go get a job. This was one of the things. I think so. Douglas, the youngest son, put him in the daycare, which she really didn't want to do this because understanding they had in the house, which she told me, that she was contributing to the house by babysitting, by taking care of the kids. She was, you know, daily basis. I mean, she was really, the kids was the major thing for her.
Did you ever see Julie interacting with her children up until that point?
No.
Did you ever see what kind of a parent she was with her children?
Oh, she was a great parent. She was really, I mean, you saw her every day with the kids, playing in the front, playing in the back, spending time in her garden. The kids will be there. The dog was there. You know, great picture.
If you were to describe Julie as a parent, how would you describe her? Was she a good parent or a bad parent, a great parent?
Very loving mother, very great parent.
So how long did this conversation that occurred between you and Julie last, this morning, 5 or 6 weeks before she died?
Yeah, it's probably less around 45 minutes, half hour to 45 minutes easy.
And was she tearful during this entire thing, or was she just giving you her side?
She was tearful in the very beginning. Then she got really upset about it. That's why I said she was waving her hands. She didn't know what he wanted from her because every time was always something. He will come up, and then by the time he gets from work, there were another argument and another argument. And you know, it was a long time ago. I cannot remember everything that she told me, you know, but one of the things, that's why she suspects that he has someone, because he will go to O'Hare Airport for a business meeting, and he will stay there overnight for 2 days or 3 days period.
And how long is O'Hara from your residence?
Well, depends how you drive, but I would say 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah. I remember I had a discussion with Mark about it too. I said, you're going there and you're staying? I'm driving every day to Chicago and I'm coming back. And he said, well, that was it.
What did he say?
Nothing.
Okay. So after that conversation that you'd had with Julie that morning, that lasted a half hour, 45 minutes, when was the next time that you saw or spoke with Julie Jensen?
I would say probably the same, you know, afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock the same day.
You saw her again?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to talk with her at that time?
Yeah, we did. We did. It just, like I said, we had talks on a daily basis. Sometimes we didn't talk, you know, even before the 6 weeks. There was nothing new that we talk in the front of the house or something, or just discuss different things.
It was common for you to talk with Julie Jensen on an almost daily basis?
Yes.
Now, in the weeks before you had this first conversation with her, this one you just described,
Yes.
had you noticed any change in Julie's behavior or any change in the way she appeared?
No. She was, she did her things, which she always used to do. She had her stuff to do every day. I will meet her on the back when she cut the grass, or she worked on by the swimming pool, or her garden. And it was, she discussed about this, she discussed about different stuff. But it was, what they're gonna do, or on the weekends. Because usually Mark was still sleeping and Julie and the kids were up in the front playing 10, 11 o'clock in the morning.
So when you talked with her that afternoon, you said you'd had another conversation with her that afternoon.
Yeah.
Did Julie appear to be in better spirits or about the same when you talked to her?
Oh, she was down. That's why I noticed, that 6 weeks or 5 weeks, her behavior, she wasn't herself. You could feel she was under a lot of pressure.
She seemed to be sad, more sad than you'd
Yes,
seen her in the past?
She was sad. she will, like I said, she will look for a chance, opportunity to talk to me, just to get her, just to talk to someone about her problems.
And what would she say to you when she talked to you about those problems? Did she amplify on the problems she described before?
We have auditions
Why don't you put a time frame on the
Well, let's talk about the conversation you had with her that afternoon. You said you'd spoken with her in the morning and she was crying. Tell us what you can remember about the conversation that you had with her that afternoon.
Well, I don't remember that much, but mostly she repeated the stuff we were talking about that morning. That she was suspicious that Mark was seeing somebody for sure.
Now, and in the weeks that followed, did Julie continue to confide in you?
Yes.
Was there any change in the things that she was telling you?
Well, the chance what she was telling me, she's started noticing changes in the house. One of the biggest thing was, there was still they have their daily argument, but she was start suspecting Mark. One of the things was the computer stuff, what he was doing on the computer, his research.
What did she tell you about what she suspected about Mark and the computer?
Well, I remember that one of the conversation was that I think so Mark went to work in the morning, and then she noticed on his desk by the computer there was little notes, like those little stick down 2x2 notes with the different sides, just like 3 of them sticking in each other, and there was sides when Mark was going to look for different poisoning sites about the poison.
So these were written on Post-it notes?
Yes, and they were just stick on the top of that's how she described it to me.
As you're sitting here today, do you remember what the poisons were that she mentioned?
No, I do not remember. I do not remember.
And can you remember in relation to this conversation when she was describing these poisons, how much time had passed between the point where you'd first seen her crying like that in the front, that conversation as you described, and the point where she had this conversation with you about the poison sites?
Oh, it could be a week, maybe less. She really got very suspicious. It's like she will do her daily thing just to confront me, what she find out new, what he was doing on a daily basis. And she will just come out the same afternoon or next morning. I remember sometimes I will go the same time. I will leave to Chicago in the morning at 9:15, 9:30, and she will wait for me just to tell me what happened last night, or what she found it. Like she will tell me that the last night she was sitting. She was vacuuming the house, and as she was vacuuming through the hallways and everything, she noticed that Mark was on the computer and doing the research. He was looking on the screen about the poisoning and everything. And at the point, Mark got really suspicious because she was staring at the screen. He took his foot and he just slammed the door, closed the door in front of her face. Yeah. And then there was
now, when she described that conversation, or when she was describing that incident, do you remember when that incident occurred in relation to the other conversations you've described and in relation to her death?
the time, the point, not really, but I would say there was probably in a week or so. In a week after the first conversation, I saw her in the front.
Okay, well, how much, if you remember when she was talking to you about how Mark closed the door with his foot,
Yeah.
when she'd seen that on the computer, if you remember, how much time elapsed between that conversation and the point where you discovered that Julie had died?
I would say around 4 weeks. 4 weeks. And there was another occasion that she was very confused and scared, because there was some times that Mark left to work and he left his computer on. And on the screen of the computer, there was the website or about the poisoning and everything. So then she will come out to me and talk to me about it, and she's like, I don't know what he's trying to do to me. If he's like trying to scare me, he's playing with my mind, or he just forgot to turn it off. He will just leave it on all day long. For her to see it, or she couldn't figure out what was going on.
Well, did she discuss with you what her various suspicions were?
Yes.
What were the various suspicions that she had?
Well, her various suspicions was that he's trying to poison her, or he's trying to drive her nuts to take away the kiss from her, because that's what one of the arguments they had, that he was scaring her that she was an unfit mother. He will take the kids away from her.
And was that, how did Julie feel about the prospect of Mark taking the children away from her?
She was furious. She was really upset about it. And then one of the things was that Mark was pushing her. He said, pushing her to go get a job, go see a doctor, put Douglas in the school. I mean, there was like daily talks between me and her about it. She was telling me those things on a daily basis, because that's the things they were arguing.
She said that Mark was pushing her to go see a doctor?
Yes.
How many times did she tell you about that, if you can recall?
I'll say it's got to be at least 5, 10, 15 times, a lot of times.
How would you respond when she would voice these suspicions that either Mark was trying to poison her or Mark was trying to drive her crazy? Did you offer an opinion on what he was trying to do, or did you?
Yeah, we had a discussion. I told her to contact the police, and she actually, I think she did at the time, did contact the police. I think so. It was Mr. Kosman or somebody, and but she wasn't sure what really is going on. She didn't want to come out on the top like she's losing her mind, or she's really gonna get killed and she's gonna get poisoned.
She just didn't know which it was.
She didn't know which one is it. She was thinking that, well, what happened if he's just playing with me just to take the kids away? And at the same time, she was fear about her life, if this is true, what he's doing. Because of, like, he will leave that screen on or some other things. Yeah.
In the weeks as these discussions continued, in the weeks that got closer and closer to the day of her death, did she have additional things that she offered you or not?
Well, what the daily, like I said, daily discussion. There was, I remember one morning, she came up to me and she was really upset. I think so. Mark was out of town, and she said, "You know what happened? We had an argument like 3 or 4 in the morning. He will call me 3 in the morning, and then finally, I realized that somebody's calling. So I picked up the phone, and he started arguing with me. Where you been? What have you been doing? Why you didn't answer the phone?" And
Sorry, my disc player is struggling.
Expect me something.
I'm just going to pause it for a moment. Hopefully that'll let it catch up. Okay, I'm going to try playing it and see what happens.
Then he will check on her this way.
So that was a time when he was out of town?
Out of town. This was a. Oh, I was.
So, Judge, I'm going to try to take it back and see if it can catch up on the disc player. Sorry, what was that? Okay.
Put Douglas in the school. I mean, there was like daily talks between me and her about it. She was telling me those things on a daily basis because that's the things they were arguing.
She said that Mark was pushing her to go see a doctor?
Yes.
How many times did she tell you about that, if you can recall?
I'll say it's got to be at least 5, 10, 15 times, a lot of times.
How would you respond when she would voice these suspicions that either Mark was trying to poison her or Mark was trying to drive her crazy? Did you offer an opinion on what he was trying to do, or did you?
Yeah, we had a discussion. I told her to contact the police, and she actually, I think she did at the time, did contact the police. I think so. It was Mr. Kosman or somebody, and but she wasn't sure what really is going on. She didn't want to come out on the top like she's losing her mind, or she's really gonna get killed and she's gonna get poisoned.
She just didn't know which it was.
She didn't know which one is it. She was thinking that, well, what happened if he's just playing with me just to take the kids away? And at the same time, she was fear about her life. If this is true, what he's doing. Because of, like, he will leave that screen on or some other things. Yeah.
In the weeks as these discussions continued, in the weeks that got closer and closer to the day of her death, did she have additional things that she offered you or not?
Well, the daily, like I said, daily discussion. There was, I remember one morning, she came up to me and she was really upset. I think so. Mark was out of town, and she said, "You know what happened? We had an argument like 3 or 4 in the morning. He will call me 3 in the morning, and then finally, I realized that somebody's calling. So I picked up the phone, and he started arguing with me. You know, where you been? What you been doing? Why you didn't answer the phone?"
So, Judge, there appears to be something that starts skipping at 23 minutes and 37 seconds, so I think I'm going to have to try another copy of this. Can we take a short break?
All right, let's take a short break, see what happens. All right, we're back on the record on the Jensen matter. The appearances are the same. The jury is back in the courtroom. We had some technical difficulties with exhibit number 9. With that, Ms. McNeil, are we ready to proceed again?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. I apologize for the delay, and we are restarting at 23 minutes and 31 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
Start arguing with me, you know, where you been? What you been doing? Why you didn't answer the phone? You know, and he's like, he suspects me of something, or, you know, and he will check on her this way.
So that was a time when he was out of town?
Out of town. This was about, I would say, 2.5, 3 weeks before her death. That's when the pressure, you can start seeing the pressure and the worry on her face.
Did she ever describe to you any circumstances under which Mark would try to get her to eat or drink anything?
Yes, I think so. There was it's about 2 weeks before her death. She was really, really worried to eat anything in the house or drink in the house. One of the things was that Mark came home from work and he was offering her drink. I don't know what was it, but he was after her with the drink, and she wouldn't take it. And it was very suspicious to her. That's what she told me, that I never got anything from Mark. Every time Mark walks into the door, I have to serve him. I gotta give him, you know, it was a daily basis routine. Mark walks in, I handle him his drink, but it never was opposite. So that's why she, with this other stuff, which she was finding out with the poison sides, and him offering her that drink was very, very difficult. Very, you know, and I said 2 weeks before her death, she had some problems because she was telling me she was throwing up. She was really upset and shaking and everything.
So she told you at some point before she died,
Yeah.
that she had been ill, that she'd been vomiting.
Yes, yes.
And you have an estimate as to how much time that was before she died?
2 weeks, because I remember I told her to maybe just go to a local store down the street, a sandwich or some other stuff. You know.
You suggested that she go somewhere else to
Yeah.
get something to eat.
Yes.
And do you know whether she took you up on that advice?
I really don't know. I think so. One of the times she did. I think so. That was one of the times she said she just went and got a peanut jelly sandwich or something. Yeah.
How many times, if you can recall, did Julie tell you that Mark was trying to pressure her to go to see a doctor?
Or
That means you can answer the question,
Okay.
sir. Do you remember how many times? Was that more than once, or how many times?
Yes, there was more than once. There's more than once. That's one of the discussion, the arguments they had on a daily basis. They will argue. That's what she will tell me. There was a lot of pressure from Mark to go see a doctor, put the Douglas in the daycare, and go get a job. And I think so. She was talking about even looking in a school or some other place, putting application, you know. And she really didn't want to do it. She wanted to stay with the kids. That's what she wanted to do.
Did she ever indicate to you what Mark was telling her as to why he wanted her to go see a doctor?
No. She never. He was just pressing her to go to the doctor.
Did she ever indicate to you why she was reluctant to go see a doctor?
No.
Well, can you tell us if there were any additional conversations you had with Julie Jensen in the weeks or two before she died?
Well, like I said, there was a lot of conversation, but I think there was like a one about week. It's got to be 2 weeks. I was like that 2 weeks before she died, and I mean she was really scared. She I think it was in the morning, on Saturday or Sunday morning. She got up and she told me what happened last night.
What did she tell you?
That Mark, that night, he was like chasing her with a glass of wine. He brought her a glass of wine and asked her to drink it. And at the same time that night, in her bedroom, one of the drawers, a nightstand, one on the side of the bed, I don't remember which side, she said was like cracked open, like 3 inches or 4 inches open, so she could see what was inside. There was a couple of syringes laying there in the nightstand, and she was really, really upset about it. And then Mark was following her with this wine. Whatever she made a move, she didn't want it, then he will like come to the bedroom, put it next to her, or drink it, have a this. And then he brought the bottle of wine. And she said she didn't want to drink it. I think that this was like going on to 3 in the morning. They had a huge fight, and she wouldn't drink it. Because she was afraid that he put something in the wine, and then he's going to inject her with something else. That's why those syringes were there in there.
Was there ever a time before Julie died where she gave you something to hold?
There was, I think, so that what happened now, that was, I think, so on Saturday morning or something. And she kind of knew she's not going to, she wasn't even sure she's going to make it over the weekend.
What did she say to you?
Well, she was scared that she's going to die. He's going to poison her. Somehow something happened. She's not going to make it to Monday.
And what did she say? What did she do then?
Well, I think so it was like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. I don't remember. It was afternoon. We had one of those talks in the front of the house, kind of the side of the house with their bedroom. They got little bushes there, and we were talking. There was a little fence, and I had a coat, and she was just standing crying. I didn't believe that something's going to happen. I knew there was something going on, but you cannot imagine somebody's going to die.
Did you ever offer Julie any type of assistance?
Yes, I did offer her assistance. I think so. One of her first of assistance, I think so, was that I was talking to her on a daily basis, and she could, she could spill her gut. She could relax a little bit. She had someone to talk. The stuff that were bothering her, eating inside, all night or all day, she could tell someone, about it. And I think that was really big thing for her, because what I noticed is like, she will wait. She will wait for me sometimes I had a little shop in the back of my house, and she will wait there, see if I'm gonna come out or I'm gonna do anything, so she could just approach me. Just talk to someone. What's going on?
Did you ever offer to allow her to use any of your other properties to stay at?
Yes, I did. I think there was like a week before her death. Stuff really got intense. I mean,
Sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said, sir.
this stuff gets very intense, very heavy. And there was on the both sides behave, Mark's and her, because I think so. Mark wouldn't talk to me, or I wouldn't talk to him at least 2-3 weeks before her death. He was like even ignoring when he passed me or something. He wouldn't even say hi, just walk. He didn't hear, he didn't see anything. So it's like both sides knew what was going on, but nobody was talking to each other.
When you offered to allow Julie to stay at one of your property, which property was it?
It was property on Lily Lake. I had we just purchased property. It was a summer house cottage. I offered Julie, I think so, a few $1,000s at that time. I said, I give you the money if you feel so bad, because she was really scared. She was scared. she see expression on her face. She didn't know where to go, where to turn.
Now, Mr.
And
Voigt, when you offered her, so you offered her a couple $1,000s, and
Yes.
you said she could stay at your
Yes.
lake home. And when did this conversation occur in relation to her death?
I think so. It's got to be a week before her death.
And when you made that offer to Julie, how did she reply to that?
Well, how she replied? She still wasn't sure all the way if whatever is happening is really the truth, or Mark is just playing with her mentally, just to trying to take away the kids. I mean, she wasn't sure all the way. She was still hoping that it's just the mind playing. That he's just, she had it, but she was afraid about her life. There's no question.
What was the last conversation that you can recall ever having with Julie Jensen?
I think so it was Sunday. I think so it was Sunday before Julie died. It was in the morning. Me and my wife, we were in the front. We spent a lot of time in the front of the house with the kids playing. And we noticed Julie and Mark was with their kids. And we look at them. They were getting ready to go for a walk. I can picture the whole event, how they were standing. Mark, they were very close to each other, like nothing happened. Everything was fine. Mark had his hand around her, and they went for a walk. I think so Douglas was with them. They went for a walk. And I remember my wife said it, and she says, well, you see, everything is fine, everything turning okay. It's just,
You and your wife had talked about what was going on in the Jensen household?
Yes, I think so. The first time when it happened, that the first thing in the 6 weeks or 5 weeks when I talked to Julie, and at the same time I went to tell my wife what was going on. My wife advised me, and she was kind of upset.
There's no factual assertion so far, Your Honor.
Well, as of this point, why don't you ask another question?
Well, because I wanted to hear what Margaret, I happen to know what she said, and it's not a factual assertion, and it's not being offered for the truth of the
Ask
matter.
another question to get him talking again.
Okay. So tell us, let's get back to the Sunday morning, the last time you saw Julie, spoke to Julie alive. The last time you saw her alive, and the last time you spoke to her.
That was actually not the last time. I still talked to her on Monday very briefly. But that Sunday we had I would say 45 minutes to an hour conversation.
So you and your wife had seen Julie and Mark and the children together?
Yes.
And what was your impression when you saw them together?
It was like you wipe out this 6 weeks part of their life, like everything was normal, like it was before we know them. They were just going for daily walk as a whole family. Mark was just, normal.
So what were your hopes at that point when you saw the family?
Everything's fine. Everything got kind of worked out between them. Maybe this was really, the whole thing was her just worried what's going on.
Well, what happened then later after you'd seen them go off on this walk?
Well, they went for their walk, and I don't know, maybe half hour later or something, they came back. And Mark was playing with the kids in the driveway. They were shooting hoops, and they went. Their dog was with them too. They had a yellow dog, and Julie turned kind of around. I would say she was 50 feet from Mark, at least 50 feet. And I asked her a question, so everything is fine, everything is okay. She just started crying. She was just started crying and shaking and everything. And at the same time, she will play a game. that nothing happened. She will throw a fake toy, a bone, I remember, to the dog, so he will fetch and bring it back and forth. And so Mark wouldn't notice what was really going on. And I remember I used to just say, Julie, stop, he's gonna notice. Don't do this. He's looking this way. And, you know, and she was just on, and she says, nothing. No, I asked her, so everything's fine? She said, no, it's opposite. We're still having, you know, the same problems, even more. Not the same stuff, nothing changed.
Did you make any offers of assistance at that time?
Well, I told her, you know, get the hell out of the house. Leave.
And what did she say?
No, she wouldn't leave because of the kids. She wouldn't leave the kids. There's no way.
You said you spoke to Julie on Monday?
Yes, I think so. I did talk to her on Monday. I'm sure I did talk.
Do you remember anything about that conversation?
No, it was just brief, very short conversation. I know she was telling me that day or next day, I think so, she was going to the doctor. She finally, that she agreed to go to the doctor.
You don't remember anything beyond that, though?
Oh no, there was things that one of the things was that Douglas was going to daycare or babysitter. I think so, daycare. She still didn't like it, but she did it anyway. And then she was looking for a job. Yeah.
Can you tell me what you remember about December 3rd?
December 3rd. I know on December 2nd, Julie talked to my wife. That I know. On December 3rd, I remember in the morning, I think so, met Mark in the front of the house, was going on the side door to the front main door to the house. He didn't even look at me. He was, for me, I would say, 40 feet. He didn't, like, you know, he was very cold, very just, that's it. I don't know you. I don't want anything to do with you. You don't even exist. You're not there. That's the way I felt. And then I went to Chicago. I think so. We talked to my wife on the phone a couple of times a day. And I think so. On the way back home, it's got to be 1:30 or 2 o'clock. I seen Mark driving our neighborhood by the stop sign. He was sitting in his SUV. I think so. At the time he had a black SUV, Yukon or something. He had a white shirt on it. He was very spread inside the car. He was very relaxed. His hand was, he was spread in the car. He was very relaxed, sitting, like laying in the back. His hand was like this on the other seat. He had his white shirt. He didn't even see me. He didn't wave. And we just passed each other. He just turned left, and he just went someplace else. And I think so. And I came home. I talked to my wife. And we really had a discussion because one of the things was that it was suspicious to me that Mark stayed home because as long as I know Mark and Julie, that's one of the things that Julie would say. Mark was very cold about stuff. He will never miss a day of work. Even if she was sick or she had some problems or her dad died or something, he wouldn't take a day off to go to the funeral or wake or something with her. It just, you know, you deal with it. You know, and one of the things I really remember to today that it was the middle of the day and there are lights, outdoor lights on the side of the house, in the front of the house, they were on. And I was really telling my wife, there's something wrong. It's like a signal or something. Why don't you call her, find out what's going on? She said, no, we just had a discussion. And then I said, again, I don't know, it's got to be after 2 or 3 o'clock, pulling out of his driveway again and turning south on the Lakeshore Drive, going with his SUV.
What's the next thing you remember seeing or hearing on December 3rd?
On December 3rd, okay, I went to pick up my daughter from school, and when we pull in our neighborhood, the stop sign, we just notice from far away, there's the flashes of lights, emergency vehicle, police, people standing on across the street, people standing in the front of the street. There was quite a bit. It was, kind of darkish. Quite a bit of people out there. And I went home, and I went outside. And I kind of know what happened. And I was standing with Jim Ashley, my neighbor across the street, and one of the officers at that time came out, and he started asking a question, are we the neighbors, this or that? And I asked him, is she dead? He didn't want to answer to me, and then Jim looked at me and finally said, is she dead? She's dead. And finally he admitted, yes, she's dead. And he started asking me my name. I just walked away. I couldn't take it anymore. Just went home.
Do you remember making any observations concerning any activities in that house the next day, around that house the next day?
One of the things really struck me that I think it was the next day. I don't remember what time it was. It was afternoon or evening. I just don't remember. We was very suspicious what was going on because I think so we did, me and my wife, because Julie asked us even not to tell neighbors across the street what was going on in their personal life, that they had a problem, just to, so actually me and my wife was mostly involved with her problems, Mark's problems. We knew about it. And we were just watching the house from, there was a police there, and Mark's father. And Mark came out of the house. I think so the police was leaving the house, giving him free and clear house so he could move back to the house. And Mark was walking down the driveway, and his father was approaching him, and they give each other high five. It was, to us, was like, you happy? What are you celebrating?
Did you notice any different vehicles coming and going from the Jensen house in the weeks following Julie's death?
There was a lot of cars. I would say I seen different cars. One of the cars, I think there was a babysitter. She was about 17, 18 years old, young. She had a red hairdo, and she was driving a light blue car. I saw her in the beginning. I don't know how soon was that, but I seen her a lot there. Then another car was actually pulling into the garage. That's when we noticed Julie cars were sitting on the outside. They had a little side driveway on the side of the garage. Her little Toyota was sitting there. And there was I think so, midnight blue Honda Accord or something.
It was being put in the garage?
Yeah, it was just like somebody had the garage opener because the door went up, the car went inside, and I didn't know who was in, who was,
And this was a car that was being parked in the space where Julie's car had been parked?
Yes, I think so.
And how much time elapsed between the point where Julie died and the point where you saw this car being parked in the space where Julie's car was usually parked?
It's got to be in a week to 2 weeks. It's got to be it was too long, too far. I cannot remember. But that's what I noticed. And the one of the point even, we kind of, because we know he had somebody, we talked about it, and he came up to me, he said, that was the babysitter. We kind of laughed about it because I didn't see any babysitter. We discussed to stay overnight. So leave in the morning.
This person you described or referred to as Mark Jensen, do you see him anywhere in this courtroom today?
Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you point to him, describe what he's wearing? Thank you. Did Julie ever tell you where she found these notes that you made reference to?
Yeah, she found on his desk.
And did you ever give any advice as to what she should do about those notes?
One of the things was that she should take the pictures of those things, the screen, the notes, and give it to the police.
And to your knowledge, did she do that?
Yes, she did.
How do you know that she took those photographs?
Because she told me.
What did she tell you?
I took the pictures of the photographs and I tried to contact the police to give it to them.
And what did she tell you what happened when she tried to call the police?
She said that she called the police. I remember very clearly. She said, I called the police and they wouldn't want to talk to me because I did have assigned policeman, Officer Kosman, to me. And at the time, he wasn't present. He went for a, that's what she said. He went for a, they told her that he went for a fishing trip. He's going to be back on Monday. And to them, they didn't want to talk to her or you know, till he come back.
Did she tell you what, or did you suggest her what she should do with the photographs then?
I really didn't.
Do you know what she ever did with the film that she had?
She give it to my wife.
Did you ever see or know of Julie discussing these photographs with the officer?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you know about that, what you know personally, what you saw.
Well, I was from the back of my little art studio going to the front of the house. We had a little side driveway between, I mean, it's a walkway between our house and their house. When I noticed that Julie was, there was a police car parked in the front of their house and she was talking to the policeman.
Did you know who the policeman was? Had you ever seen him before?
Yes.
Who was it?
Mr. Kosman.
It was Officer Kosman. Okay.
Yes.
What did you see then?
She talked to him, and he was kind of upset. You can see because they had a like kind of loud talk or aggravation or something. It wasn't long, and at the same time they were like finishing their talk, and she was leaving the car and walking towards me, and she was really upset, and she makes a mark like this. He thinks I'm crazy because he what do you want me to see on this picture? What do you want me to do this? Because of, I think there was a reflection of the flash. He couldn't see, he couldn't tell anything was on those pictures. So she was really upset about it.
And Your Honor, just to complete the record, I request the record show that when the witness was saying she was doing like this, he was taking his right hand and moving his index finger in a circular fashion around his ear, as though the common usage is that he thinks that she's crazy.
Any dispute to that characterization?
No.
All right.
Did Julie, in the years preceding her death, ever talk to you about any harassing activity that she was experiencing at her house?
Well, she wouldn't talk to directly about it, but there was I would say a couple of accidents that happened at the house. That's what we noticed, and after we talked to Julie, and I think so on one occasion I did talk to Mark, and one occasion I talked to one of the officers that was present on my yard in the middle of the night that it happened.
It's not being offered so much for the... Okay. What did Julie tell you about this activity?
Actually, I did approach to her and said, well, what happened when the police was in your house?
And what did she say?
And she said, well, we went shopping. By the time we came back, it was like middle of the day. I think it was weekend. And that when I come back, there was a bunch of furniture knocked all over the house, broken things. Like somebody entered the house, and that was it.
And did she ask you if you'd seen anybody around the house?
No, she did not.
Okay. Had you seen anybody around the house?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I think so.
I'm going to object to the relevance of the testimony.
Overall.
Well,
Who did you see?
I saw Mark Jensen father cars in the front of the house. After they went shopping, his car showed up in the front of the driveway. The engine was running. He went to the house. 2 minutes. Then he will leave the house, and you can hear this one of, because they had like a kind of gravel, I remember, on the half of the driveway. The wheel was spinning, and he was really like taking off out of the house.
And then how much time elapsed between the point where you'd seen him leave the house in that fashion and the point where the Jensens came home?
And the Jensen came maybe an hour or so later, and then the police showed up. And one of the nights, me and my wife was sitting home watching a movie. We had a kind of nice room on the back of the house, sunroom. We were watching the movie, and then it was 11 o'clock or so. We see somebody walking all over our yard. Even with the fence, we had a fence going between two properties, but I think so one section we didn't do it in the back because of the kids still passing, seeing each other. And I came out, I said, what's going on? And there was a policeman there. And that's what he told me, that they reported that somebody was in the backyard throwing things into the swimming pool.
And you hadn't observed anything?
No, it was quiet. We were sitting, we didn't hear, we didn't notice nothing. There was some noises or something. And then I talked to Mark next day. And Mark told me that somebody took one of the kids' bicycle, and threw it into a swimming pool. And that was it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Voigt. I don't have any further questions.
You want to stop now?
Mr. Voigt?
Starts.
Yes, I've stopped it at 55:46.
We're going to start to cross. This will be a good time to take our lunch break. 1:15, folks. Have a good lunch. Thank you. He's holding a jury, so let's take the defendant back. So take care of that issue. Again, 1:15. Have him brought back. We'll give you a call when the jury's back. Okay, bring them out. We're back on the record then. Mark Jensen, the appearances are the same. We're continuing at exhibit number 9, watching the video. With that, Ms. McNeil, we can start it up again.
You lived next door to the Jensens prior to Julie's death for about 6 years, is that right?
I think so, maybe even more.
Even
So
more?
I'll say 6 years, yes.
I wasn't clear whether you moved in, and I had understood you to say 1992. Was it earlier?
Well, I think so. I don't remember. I will have to look, when did I move in there? But I'll say 92.
During that time, you had lots of contacts with both Mr. Jensen and Mrs. Jensen.
Yes, I did.
You did things like go fishing with Mark Jensen, right?
Yes, we went, I'll say 2-3 times fishing.
And your families, especially in the summer, might cook out together.
There was a couple times that we had dinners together. Spent some time in his backyard by the pool.
You'd speak with him on a regular basis,
Yes.
right? Talked with them hundreds, if not thousands of times over those years?
Yes.
Right. Got along with him fine as a neighbor?
Yes.
You had a chance to observe him with his children, correct?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say that he was a good father?
I'll say yes. He was a good father.
He was a loving father?
I'll say yes. They see him always playing with the kids, spending a lot of time with them.
You'd see them, you were aware that he'd take his son David fishing, right?
Yes.
You'd see him outside swimming in the pool, right?
Well, I would hear them swimming in the pool, laughing and, screaming. It was, yes.
They'd walk the dog together, right?
Yep.
Kind of thing. And prior to the fall of 1998, you really didn't observe much in the way of problems in the Jensen family, right?
Major problems or just problems?
Yeah, you didn't see any major problems,
No, I
right?
didn't.
In terms of, and on a number of occasions you saw Mark's interactions with Julie Jensen, right?
Yes.
You never saw Mark be physical with Julie, right?
Never did see.
And in her conversations with you, she never made any such claim like that, right?
She never did.
During the 6 or more years that you lived next door to the Jensens, you never even really saw Mark angry, did you?
There was a couple of times he was upset. We had an argument.
Maybe 2 times?
Yeah, I mean, the times that I remember, that I recall it, he was very angry. I remember when I was buying the lot next door from them, that he had to sell it because he lost a job, and Julie wasn't working at the time, and she could have been working.
So he was upset in 1991 about during some time of financial distress.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
And even then, you didn't hear him yelling or screaming about that, right?
No.
And did you say there was some other time in those 6 years when you saw him?
Yeah, I think
upset?
so. There was one of the times I was going into his house. I was coming into his garage inside the house, and at the same time Mark came out, and they had an argument. He was really upset. He was really, pissed.
And what is it that made you decide that he was angry?
Well, he told me about it. There was something about trip, family trip. They supposed to go together, and Julie didn't want to go.
So he was upset that he and Julie could not go on a family trip together.
Yeah, he blamed her that she wasn't like his friends' wives, that they will go together places, and she didn't want to go with him.
And he thought that was important that they go on a trip together.
Yes.
And so those are the two times that you saw Mark Jensen angry in the
That's the times I just would say, yes, I remember.
In the 6+ years that you lived next door to him. On December 4th, 1999, Mr. Vogt, you spoke with Detective Ratzberg here?
Yes, I did.
Detective Ratzberg wrote a written statement for you, right?
Yes, he did.
And have you also seen a police report that he prepared summarizing your conversations?
I mean, before?
Let's see. He took a statement that he put in writing, and you signed it, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I'll tell you, I have a police report that summarizes things that you told him on that date.
Okay.
That's not signed by you. It's a police report. Have you seen that police report?
I think so, I did.
And let me just hold it up to you. It looks something like this. Does that ring a bell?
No, not really. It looks like any other page.
Okay. But I mean, do you remember it being typed like this or not? Okay. All right. Did you ever tell Detective Ratzberg that Mark would not speak with you and he always kept to himself?
Yes. I told Mr. Ratzberg that for about, I'll say 4 weeks to 5 weeks to Julie's dad, Mark separated himself from me, and I mean, he wouldn't talk to me. He will just ignore it. He will just like didn't exist, even passing me, seeing me.
That was the month of November, basically. Is that right?
Yes.
But during your 6 or 7 years you were there, he didn't keep to himself, right?
No, we had a regular conversation with, I'll say, pretty good neighbors, friends. We talk about different stuff.
During November, it's fair to say that people aren't outside as often as they are in July.
No, I did still see him, because he always was on the front washing the cars and doing some other thing, but it just, he wasn't there. Like I described it before, I could pass him, 10, 20 feet from him. He will still ignore, I'm not there, it doesn't exist.
Well, Mr. Jensen's driveway was not right next to your driveway, correct?
I would say his driveway's got to be probably 35 feet away.
Right. I mean, they're not right next to each other is what I'm saying, Mr. Vogt, right? I mean, it's not like you have shared driveways or driveways that parallel right next to each other. True? And in November, Mark Jensen would work during weekdays, right?
Yes.
And in November, on weekends, it would be much colder than it would be other times of the year, right? Not.
Yes.
And so you'd see him less frequently, fair to say?
Yeah, I did see him frequently, but like I'm saying.
Mr. Voigt,
Yeah.
did you see him less frequently in November than other times of the year?
I'll see him on a daily basis.
On a daily basis?
Yes, I see him coming into the house. I see him walking around the yard.
So in November, Mr. Jensen would come home when it was dark in November, wouldn't he, Mr. Voigt?
Yes.
And it would be dark out, and you'd be in your house, right?
Not always.
So in the month of November, you're standing outside when it's dark out, waiting for Mr. Jensen to come home to see if he'll talk to you?
I wasn't married to him. I didn't wait for him. I just see him there. I saw him pulling his truck. I see him just walking around. It just, to me, was different that we always did have the contact, and there's, like you said, 6, 7 years before, and we had some falls before too, and I always see Mark, we always talk, we always had a good relationship, and then suddenly, it's like everything got cut off.
Okay. Now, one thing that could be the case is you were suspicious based on what Julie had to say to you, right?
Yes, I was suspicious.
And that could have affected your perceptions of Mark Jensen, right?
I really don't know.
I'm sure there are times during those previous 6 years in which Mr. Jensen was in a hurry or something like that, and he wouldn't be as friendly as he was normally, right?
I don't know. He always was friendly. I cannot say he wasn't. Even if he was sitting, like you said, it was dark. He will be sitting in his garage. We will have a chat. He will work on his fishing rods or some other stuff. That was a normal thing. Or he will come up to my garage in the back. He will talk to me about different stuff.
So your claim is every day when Mr. Jensen would come home, you had a conversation with him?
Not every day, but I'll say sometimes we'll have twice a day. Sometimes we can have for 2 days.
Here's my question, Mr. Voigt. In the evening, when Mr. Jensen comes home from work during the month of November, you're claiming that you'd have a conversation with him for some reason?
No, I did not have a conversation with him that November. I did not.
What?
But the months before and the years before, yes, I did.
Every single night?
Not every single night, like I said. Every other.
Why would you,
especially on the weekends?
Why would you be outside in the month of November 1998, Mr. Voigt, at night?
I had my garage in the back of my house. I used to, my hobby is rebuild antique cars. I used to walk all the time back and forth from the house to the garage in the back. And I meet a lot of times Mark passing by the side of the house and the side of the pool. We met each other a lot.
Mr. Voigt, let me just skip to a different subject for a moment. The Sunday before Julie Jensen passed away, you said you saw her on that day, right?
Yes, I did.
And you saw her going for a walk with Mark?
Yes.
And David and Douglas?
I think so, Douglas and a dog. I wasn't sure about the David. Maybe David was going to.
They went for a walk. They went for a walk with the dog and their youngest boy, and
Yeah,
maybe
I think
the
so.
other boy.
Yeah, I don't know if all of them, but I know they went for a walk. Yes.
And they returned to the house, right?
Yes.
You saw Mark outside playing basketball with his kids?
Yes, he did.
Julie was outside?
Yes, she was.
You thought everything was okay?
Yes, I did.
And Julie walked up to you and your wife, right?
Yes.
And she had her back to Mr. Jensen?
Yes, she did.
You said she was crying.
Yes. She was turning around and I asked her a question if everything was okay. It's all right, back to normal.
And you and your wife pleaded with her not to cry because Mark might see her, right?
Yes.
Because you were afraid that Mark was going to find out that you knew about it, right?
Yes.
So Mark didn't know about it at that time, did he?
About what?
He didn't know that you had had conversations with Mrs. Jensen.
He saw me talking to her.
That's why he was afraid. That's why you were afraid he'd find out, is because he didn't know, right?
About what?
About the conversations.
Well, I had a conversation every day with her, and he knew we were talking to each other, because when he even passed, he gives me, such a cold, dirty look that we were talking to each other.
That was your perception, was that he was giving
No,
you?
it wasn't the perception. You can see in somebody's eyes, in the face's expression.
If Mr. Jensen knew, then you wouldn't be afraid that he'd find out, right?
I'm telling what Julie was telling me, and she didn't want Mark to find out about it, that she knew what was going on.
You were afraid that Mark was going to find out that you knew, right?
Yes.
And that's why you were pleading with her not to cry.
Yes.
Right? And you knew you had no information, and living next door to this man for 6 or 7 years, you had no information whatsoever from personal observation or from what Julie told you that he'd ever been a violent man, right?
Yes.
You'd only seen him angry once or twice, right?
Yes.
In 6 or 7 years?
Yes.
So, what did you think Mr. Jensen would do if he found out that you knew Julie was upset?
Objection. How irrelevant? Unrelevant.
How would I know what he's going to do?
Well, I was going to direct you.
I didn't hear your answer, I'm sorry.
How would I know what he's going to do?
Well, what were you afraid of?
Well, I don't know. I was just afraid. Julie didn't want nobody to know what was going on. When she approached me, she talked to me about this thing. She even told me, don't tell the neighbors across the street or somebody, because she just don't want to find out. Nobody else find out.
Mark had been a reasonable man during those 6 or 7 years, right?
Yeah, but not for the past 8 or 7 weeks before that happened.
Well, you were just saying it was 4 weeks.
What's the difference? 4 or 5 or 6 weeks?
Well, I
was just before that day. The way he acted, the way he walked, when he got this new job, he was like a different man.
This is beyond the scope of the question, Judge.
Objection. I disagree. The answer was responsive.
The answer may stand. Go ahead.
First of all, you testified to 4 weeks, right?
I don't remember that. If it's in it, yes.
Well, that's what you just told Mr. Chambliss when he asked you, right?
Then yes.
Because you said Julie began talking to you maybe 5 or 6 weeks before she died, right?
About that matter, about the problem they had in the family problem between Mark and her.
Right.
Yes.
Correct.
She did talk to me before, normally, on a regular basis.
5 or 6 weeks before she died is when she had that conversation, right?
Yes.
And in that conversation, she did not say she was concerned about poisoning, right?
Yes, she was.
In the very first conversation?
Not in the very first conversation, but between 5, 6 weeks in that time area. I think so. It was on the 4th week or 3rd week before her death. Yeah.
Mr. Voigt, I'm trying to find out what happened at various times, okay? So on the first conversation you had, there was no talk about poisoning.
No, it wasn't talk. It wasn't talk about Mark acting very. They had a lot of arguments that she suspected, she was sure that he was cheating on her, that he had another woman.
Right. She was very upset and angry about her belief that he had an affair, right?
Yes.
And going back to this Sunday, Mr. Voigt, the
Yes.
Sunday before she died, you'd never seen Mark angry, violent or yelling at Julie Jensen, right?
Yes.
You'd never seen him get that way with you, right?
Yes.
He had been a good neighbor and friend for 6 or 7 years, right?
Yes.
And when Julie Jensen told you about, I mean, at first you thought these allegations were crazy, right?
No.
When she
I
first
never
told
said
you?
that. No.
Oh, so when she said, "I'm fearful about my husband killing me," your first reaction was, "Well, I can understand that."
Oh, she never said that.
She never said she was fearful about him killing her?
Yes, she never said that in the beginning. Which time you want me to say it? 3 weeks, 4 weeks? I think so in the third week before her death, she said that. But in the beginning, no, she never did.
So why didn't you go to Mark Jensen and say, "What's going on? Your wife is saying some very strange things."
I don't know. I wish I did. I didn't want to interfere with their life. I didn't know what, because she, like I said before to everyone, that Julie didn't believe herself what is going on. This is really he trying to do something to her, or she wants to drive her nuts. That's what she didn't know what's going on herself.
She told you that she didn't want you to talk to Mark, right?
No, she didn't tell me that.
But she told you not to talk to anybody, right?
Yes.
She told you not to talk to the neighbors, right?
I think so. One of the neighbors, which she specifies, was Carrie Ashley across the street.
You just told me she didn't want you to tell the neighbors, right?
Yes.
You offered her thousands of dollars?
I offered her money.
You testified on direct to thousands of dollars, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
You testified that she could go stay at your lake house, right?
Yes.
You offered her to go to the lake house, right?
Yes, I did.
You were willing to have her take her kids to your lake house, right?
Yes.
She said, what you testified to is that she was worried about the kids, right?
Yes.
And you said, you of course can take the kids to the lake house, right?
No. What I said that I offered Mrs. Jensen the money and the lake house. We never talked about the kids at that time. I told her to get the hell out of the house. That's what I did.
Well, what was the reason she said no?
The reason she said no, because she was afraid that if she's going to leave the house, Mark is going to take away the kids from her.
I thought
she will never see the kids again.
I thought when you had this conversation, she didn't say anything about the kids.
No. The conversation was if she will take the kids to the house, lake house.
So during those 6 or 7 years you lived next door, Julie Jensen had a car, right?
She did.
She could come and go as she pleased, right?
Yes.
You saw her come and go every day, all day, right?
Yes, I did.
You were aware that she had a checkbook, right?
I wasn't aware of that.
She seemed to go handled the household affairs from what you observed, right?
I seen her going shopping, bringing the grocery home. That's what I did.
She never seemed to be wanting for money, right?
No.
Did you tell Detective Ratzberg on December 4th that you believed Mark was controlling?
Yes.
You can't identify one controlling thing he did during the relationship, can you?
Why not?
Mr. Voigt, what did you ever see Mark Jensen do that was controlling?
I remember one of the things, Julie was on the front doing some gardening work, and she had a big phone hooked up to on the side of her pants right here. And I asked her, what do you do with it? Well, Mark bought this thing for me So he can call me every 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So he wants to know where I was, what I was doing.
That's what Julie Jensen told you, right?
Yes.
Did you hear the phone going off every 5 or 10 minutes?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did? And Julie was talking
Not
to
being
Mark?
5:10, but it was half hour and Julie was talking on the phone, and again, Mark will call.
And you think there's something wrong with a husband calling his wife on the phone?
Well, she was upset about it. She was very upset about it.
When was
Because
this?
if she went too far by the road, and the phone reception wouldn't reach, he would get upset. What were you?
When was this?
It was about 2 years before her death.
Okay.
Or a year before her death.
What else did he ever do that?
One of the things.
Mr. Boyd, hold on. Let me clarify my question. What did you ever see? Not what Julie told you. What did you ever see Mark Jensen do that was controlling?
Controlling what I ever seen, that every time when Mark come home, the whole family always used to be outside. They were playing, they were doing stuff. When Mark pulled to the driveway, it's like everybody disappeared out of the driveway, and they went inside the house, and we didn't see them again.
Could that have been dinner time?
No.
It wasn't dinner time?
I talked to Julie about it, and Julie told me that Mark wants to have his time with the family. It's his time after coming, from work. And a lot of times we ask, what are you guys doing tonight, or what's happening later? She said, well, I don't know, nothing to Mark. She wouldn't make a decision, a statement, till she first talked to the Mark. And that's what made me that he is a controlling.
Mm-hmm. Sir, were you asked the following question, and did you give the following answer when you testified on July 5th, 2007, page 54, line 7? Question. My question is, did you ever hear or see him meaning Mr. Jensen, do anything controlling with Julie? Answer, no.
Objection. This is not inconsistent with the witness's testimony, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you give that answer?
Yes.
Question, and that was before September 1, 1998, and that was after September 1, 1998, correct? Answer, yes.
Yes.
This information you have all came from Julie, right?
Yes.
You didn't know if what she was telling you about Mark's wants and desires was true, correct?
I believe her.
I didn't ask you that. You didn't know whether it was true.
I didn't know.
She frequently was complaining about the marriage.
Yes, she did.
Did you hear Mark bad-mouthing the marriage?
A few times.
A few times over 6 or 7 years?
I think it's just that summer we had a few conversations about it. I mean, they had normal things, nothing crazy. He always complained about her cooking and some other stuff. So.
But the only time you really saw him upset was at one time in the garage, correct?
Yeah, that's the time I remember at the moment.
You never heard, for example, Mark Jensen demanding that Julie get a job, right?
He told me once.
That he would like Julie to work?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him demanding that?
No.
You never heard him talking to Julie about that, right?
Correct.
You never heard him insisting that Douglas be in daycare all day, right?
Right.
Did you understand Julie Jensen's family to live in Kenosha, that she had family there?
Yes, she did mention.
She had a brother that lived in town?
Yes.
You never met him prior to Julie's death, did you?
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I don't remember.
You have no memory of ever meeting her brother who lived in Kenosha prior to her death, true?
Sure.
You have no memory of ever seeing her brother at her home during those years, right?
Yes.
That's correct?
Correct.
You did see Mr. Jensen's sister at the house from time to time, correct?
Yes, I did.
You saw his parents at the house from time to time?
Yes.
In this very first conversation that you had with Mrs. Jensen, she said she believed her husband was having an affair.
Yes.
Did she say anything other than the trips to Chicago as to the reason why she believed that?
No, she said his behavior. She said that they argue and they argue like a normal family, but for the past few weeks, those arguments will be 3-4 times, very tense argument in the morning and the evening every time. And that's what she mentioned that was started when he's got his new job.
Fair to say during this first conversation with you, she was miserable?
I don't know how to describe miserable, but she was crying. She was upset. She was disappointed. She was, she didn't look good.
You disagree with miserable?
Maybe she was.
You recall testifying to that at the preliminary hearing? Page 9, line 4?
Yeah. Maybe she said, maybe she was miserable.
Well, that's what you saw as somebody who was miserable, right?
Yeah.
Julie told you that she suspected Mark was doing something on the computer.
Yes, she did.
She said she was vacuuming one day?
Yes.
Right? And that's the time that she said she saw something on the computer, right?
Yeah, she described it to me.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Maybe you weren't. Go on. That's the time she described seeing the computer, right?
Yes.
And what she said to you was that Mark was in the room that had the computer in it, right?
Yes.
And you've been in the Jensen home. You knew which room that was, right?
Yes.
And that the door was 3/4 of the way closed, right?
Yes, that's what she described.
And as she was vacuuming with the door 3/4 of the way closed, she said she could see the screen of the computer,
Yes.
right? And so she was standing there to see what he was looking at, right?
Yes.
And is this when she described seeing
Yeah.
websites about poisoning?
Yes.
And she claimed he was looking at sites on poisoning when she looked through the door.
Yeah, that's what she said.
And then as he was sitting there and noticed her, he reached over with his foot and shut the door.
Exactly correct. That's how she described it to me.
She also told you that Mark Jensen left the computer on,
Yes.
right? With what kind of information on the
There was
screen?
some poison sites or something, she was telling me.
And she saw it then.
Yes.
32, you recognize that as the office in which the Jensen computer was?
That's not his office, I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe, if I remember right, desk used to be sitting on this side. That, what I remember when I went there with him.
Excuse me, I didn't see where he was playing.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't either. That's helpful.
Well,
let me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, Council.
Mr. Voigt,
Yes.
you do not recognize this as the office where the computer was?
No.
If the police took this photograph on the day of Julie Jensen's death, this isn't what you remembered ever
I don't
seeing.
remember. I remember actually the office, I think so, after Julie's death, because I went to Mark's house, because he was doing some trading for me on the computer. And I remember when I was sitting, where was his desk? That I remember. That was after Julie did. This I do not remember. I know where the room is.
Hold on. Okay. You don't recognize this photograph.
I don't.
You don't know what this is.
Only thing I recognize from this room is the doors, the shades in his rooms, but and I know which room is it. The first room when you walk into his house, on the left side, first door. You go through the hallway.
Is it your claim there was no computer in this room?
No, there is a computer in the picture, but I never seen in this room computer before. I wasn't going to their house like every day, but I don't remember. I'm telling you what Julie described it to me, how she was doing, what she was doing, and how the event happened.
I can't, I'm just trying to find out if you recognize this picture, and it sounds like you
no.
don't. Okay.
Yellow? Hunter, would you give a time marker?
Sure.
Thanks.
Julie indicated to you that she was concerned that if she left Mark, she wouldn't get the kids.
Yes.
She was concerned that she would be viewed as unstable.
What she told me, she will be viewed as an unfit mother. That's what he repeated her a lot of times.
Did she say why she was worried that other people would view her as an unfit mother?
No, she never said that the other people. She said the Mark.
During the conversation, did you press Julie on that? Did you say anything?
No, I never pressed
Mr.
Julie.
Voigt, you have to let me finish my question. During these conversations, did you say anything to Julie Jensen about other people would make the decision, not Mark? About what happened with the kids?
Never did.
She was worried that other people might believe that she was losing her mind. She expressed that.
I don't remember that.
For what period of time did Julie, there was a period of time in which Julie was expressing to you that she wasn't eating anything, right?
Yes.
When did she say that?
I think so. She got like sick about 2 to 3 weeks before her death.
Mr. Voigt, you indicated on direct, and you were just suggesting it now, that 2 weeks before her death, she said she got sick. Is it 2 weeks? 2 or 3 weeks? What is it?
I'll take a pick between 2 and 3.
I just want to know what the truth is, Mr. Voigt.
It's not, remember this was 9 years ago. I'm telling the best of my knowledge. That's what I remember. And that's what I remember. It was 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. And it is 9 years ago. It's a long time, right? You gave statements to Detective Ratsberg the day after, on December 4th, right?
Yes.
And things were much fresher in your mind then, right?
Yes.
And you were suspicious when you talked to Detective Ratsberg on December 4th, right? You're suspicious about Mark Jensen?
I wasn't suspicious. I just said it, that Mark did it. Mark poisoned her.
You were suspicious on December 4th, right?
Objection, the question's been asked and answered.
He volunteered something that wasn't a direct
The
answer.
objection's overruled.
You were suspicious, right, on December 4th, yes or no?
Yes.
And so you knew it was an important statement you were giving to Detective Ratsberg.
Yes.
And you told him everything you could remember that was important, right?
Yes, I did.
He wrote down the information, right?
Yes, he did.
And you signed a statement, correct?
Yes.
You testified at a preliminary hearing in this case, correct?
Yes.
That was back in 2002.
Yes.
You testified to everything you could remember that you were asked about, right?
Yes.
After the preliminary hearing in July of 2002, a typewritten statement was prepared for you that you signed, correct?
Yes.
You signed that statement, true?
Yes, I signed whatever they gave me. Yes, I did.
And that also was as complete as you could make it in July 2002, right?
Well, I don't know if I can answer that, but, you know, on the first statement.
Well, I'm not asking about the first statement right now, sir. Did you try to give as much information as you could in that July 2002 statement to the
I was
Detective
saying
Ratsberg?
everything what I knew at the time, and what they asked me.
And then you testified in July 2007, right?
Yes, I did.
And prior to that testimony, you spoke with Mr. Chambliss, right?
Yes, I did.
You went over everything you knew, right?
I don't know if everything, but whatever they asked me. They asked me the question, I answered the question, to my best knowledge.
And at no time during that statement to Detective Ratsberg, December 4th, 1998, during the written statement that you gave in July 2002, during your preliminary hearing testimony in 2002, or during your testimony in July 2007, did you ever say anything about Julie telling you that she got sick and vomited 2 or 3 weeks before her death, right?
I did say that.
In
I
which
did say
statement?
I think so on the first statement. In the first statement, I did say a lot of things. Mr. Ratsberg was in our house for over 2 hours.
Julie ever tell you that she had been treated for depression?
No, she never did.
Did she tell you why she went to the doctor on December 1st?
No, she never did.
Did she tell you why Mark wanted her to go to the doctor?
No, she just was telling the Mark wanted her to go to the doctor for the past few weeks.
You told Julie Jensen at some point that maybe she should call police, right?
I think so, I did. And her answer was that she's been already talking to the police.
She told you she called Officer Cosman and left a voicemail, right?
Yes, I think that she called the police department and he wasn't there.
Mr.
And that's
Boyd?
what she- Yeah.
Did she tell you that she called and left a voicemail for Officer Cosman?
Yes.
She said that Officer Cosman wouldn't be back for several days, right?
He'd be back like on Monday or something.
She said that she left a message for Mr. Cosman even though she feared not living through the weekend, right?
Yes, I think so.
And around the same time, she gave this film to your wife, right?
Yes.
Undeveloped film, right?
That you have to talk to my wife.
Were you home when Julie came over and retrieved the film?
No.
But Julie told you that at some point she came over to your house and got that film from your wife and brought it back to Officer Cosman, right?
No, she didn't.
Julie never told you about that?
No. My wife did, but she didn't.
And you say that Officer Cosman came back with the developed photos. That's what Julie told you, right?
Yes.
So he came back a second time, right?
Yes.
So Julie told you you'd been there a first time when she gave him the photos and then came back the second time when they were already developed, right?
Yes.
Officer Cosman, you saw him talking to Julie Jensen.
Yes, I did.
When he came back with those developed photos, right?
Yes.
It's your testimony that you saw him do the twirl around the ear to suggest
No, she did it.
She did that.
She did it as she was approaching me.
To suggest that Officer Cosman was saying
Yeah,
she was crazy.
Yeah, she was crazy. What do you want me to see? That's exactly what she said. What do you want me to see? It. I didn't see anything, you know. And then she said, he thinks I'm crazy. That's what she told me.
You said it was because the photos were blurry?
No, she didn't say it because he told her I couldn't see anything on the photo. What do you want me to see?
Didn't you say something on direct examination about being a problem with the photos, that they're overexposed or that there's some problem with
Yeah,
something?
there was something, she mentioned one that she took, I don't know how many films, there was about the flash or something, when she was taking the computer screen or something. So.
Did you ever see any such photo?
No, I never did.
You have no personal knowledge whether she ever took such a photo, right?
Only I did see in those rolls of films in my house.
But you have no specific information as to what she took photos of, right?
No.
Did you ever go to Julie Jensen's house to look at the computer?
No, didn't.
Did she ever show you the computer?
No.
Did she ever try to show you any of these syringes that supposedly exist?
No.
Did she ever try to show you any of Mark's notes?
No.
All the information about the marital problems and everything else, that all came from Julie, right?
And some of it came from Mark.
Well, you weren't talking to Mark in the fall of 1998, right?
I think I did once. One day I told you they had a big argument about going that vacation trip. And Julie didn't want to go. And she gave me why she didn't want to go. And he was upset that she didn't want to go. And
It's Julie that was giving you the information about the marriage, right? She talked to you dozens of times about the marriage, right?
Yes, she did.
Dozens of times, right?
Yes.
Mark maybe talked to you once, right?
Yes, I would say yes.
And Mark's concern was that they didn't go on some trip that he wanted to go on with his wife, right?
Yes.
She rejected all of your offers of assistance, true?
Yes, she did.
That first day when you saw Julie Jensen outside, she was outside, right?
Yes.
She was on her porch.
On the front porch, yes.
By herself.
By herself.
In the month of October, right?
Yep.
She knew what time you left for work each day, right?
Yeah.
You'd either leave before rush hour or right after what you considered rush hour, right?
I used to leave around 9:15, no later than 9:30.
She was aware of that from being your neighbor for 6 or
I
7
really
years?
don't know if she was aware of that. And I know one thing, that me and Mark used to leave like 8:45
Judge,
or
this is beyond
8:30.
the scope of the question.
You ask another question.
Are you saying she wasn't aware of what time you left each day?
Because I used to go different times every day. Sometimes I will go this time, sometimes I will leave 5 in the morning, sometimes I'll leave at 11. Depends on which location I used to do work.
Julie, was there any particular reason that you could ascertain as to why Julie would be crying outside, or did she tell you why she was crying outside?
That Mark just left to work. They had a big argument, and she was just sitting out there. I don't know why she was sitting out there. I didn't see the argument. I just saw Julie sit spread in the front of the railing and crying.
But I guess what I'm inquiring, Mr. Voigt, is she could have been doing this crying inside, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
I don't know. How could I know?
Well, Mark wasn't inside, right?
I really don't know. I'm telling you what I see.
Well, you just told me that you saw that Mark had just left.
No, I never said that.
You said that they had an
What
argument.
Julie told me. I didn't see Mark leave.
Julie told you Mark had gone to work, correct?
Yes, correct.
She wasn't she didn't say she was locked out of that house, right?
No, she never mentioned a word about it.
She seemed to want to get your attention. Would that be fair to say?
No,
You don't believe that was the case?
I don't believe it, because when I approached her, she didn't want to even talk to me.
Well, she protested for a little while, and then she did talk to you, correct?
Yes, she did, later.
You talked to her almost daily after that, right?
Yes, I did talk to her daily, sometimes twice. Yes, sometimes even more.
She seemed to be outside quite often when you were either going to work or coming home from work, fair to say?
Well, that's what I said before, that I kind of noticed that sometimes I felt like she was waiting for me to say something.
And she seemed to be waiting outside for you, right?
Outside, yes.
And she seemed to know when would be a good time to try to wait for you outside, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation on the part of this witness. And how long is this going to go on? This is.
I object to this speaking.
This is.
I object to
Just please. The objection's overruled.
Remember the question?
Yeah, repeat the question, please.
Have that read back, please.
Question, and she seemed to know when would be a good time to try to wait for you outside, right?
No.
Did Julie express any anger about this affair to you? That she suspected Mark of having?
Well, she was upset about it. Yes, she was.
Did she express anger?
No, she didn't. I don't know how you express it, but she never swear or call him names or anything. No, she was just, she was very upset about it. She wasn't that much upset that he's having an affair, that she just suspect him that he's having an affair. I mean, she never say bad thing about Mark at that time, at that moment. She just was suspecting him.
Well, she was saying bad things about him wanting her to work and things like that, right?
No, it wasn't a bad thing. She's like, he's pushing me. He forcing me to go get a job. He forcing me to leave the Douglas. And the Douglas was her life. The kids, she loved to stay home with the kids. And they had some kind of agreement that she do this and she can stay home.
During this first statement to Detective Ratsburg, you had nothing to say about any high five, true?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember.
You don't think what?
I don't remember.
Objection, Your Honor. It's improper cross-examination. Anyway, the absence of an entry in a prior statement does not constitute a prior inconsistent statement.
A statement which one would think would be stated in a prior statement and is not stated can be of benefit to the finder of fact. The objection's overruled.
Mr. Boyd, let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 133.
Excuse me, counsel, what is that?
That's the handwritten statement from December 4th. Mr. Boyd, is that, in fact, what that is the statement that Detective Ratsburg wrote out for you based on your based on your interview on December 4th, 1998?
That's the statement, yes.
That was the day after Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
Nowhere in that statement do you say anything about Julie Jensen getting sick and vomiting 2 to 3 weeks before her death, true?
In the statement, yes. No, there's nothing on the he put it there.
There's no statement in which you ever said anything about vomiting, right?
Like I said, I made this testimony. It was over 2 hours testimony. There's a lot of stuff where I talk about it. It's not in it. If this is 2 hours what I was saying in my life, it's wrong. There's more stuff, more detail. But at that point, I know Mr. Ratsburg pointed to us that Julie Jensen wasn't poisoned. So it's like there's no suspicious or nothing. This happened. We were all surprised with what happened. We didn't know it was going to happen that soon.
Mr. Boyd, is the answer you did not put, it's correct, you did not put anything about vomiting or her getting sick in that statement, correct?
There's nothing in it.
And there's nothing in any statement you've given prior to today, right?
It's possible.
And there's nothing in any testimony you've given prior to today, right?
Right.
And now it's 9 years later, and this is the first time in any court or any law enforcement statement that you've said anything about her vomiting and being sick, true?
Well, there was one statement. I talked to someone that Julie was sick and she was afraid to eat anything in the house, and she went to the local store, advised to go get the food, and she actually, I think she did. There was one previous testimony, I don't know which one, I did talk to about.
Well, you've stated that Julie did not want to eat any food in the house, right?
At some point, yes.
Right. I mean, that's what you're testifying to today. Julie did not want to eat any food in the house.
There was.
Mr. Boyd.
It was about 2 weeks before her death.
Is that correct? Julie told you she did not want to eat any food in the house.
At that time, correct. At that time.
In late November of 1998.
Like I said, it was like 2 weeks before her death.
Which would be late November of 1998, right?
It would be the mid.
And she told you she was refusing to eat any food that was in the house, right?
She was refusing to eat any stuff that Mark will give it to her.
And you told her, if you're scared to eat anything in the house, go to White Hand?
Yes.
And that's what she did. She went to White Hand to get food.
I think she did, because she said she went and got a sandwich or something. Because I remember she was shaking and crying, and she said, I need nothing for 2 days. because she was scared to eat anything in the house.
Right.
And I'm sure this is in one of my statements, 100%.
And what she said is she was scared to eat anything in the house,
Yes.
right? That's why she went to White Hen, true?
At that time, like I said, that 2 weeks before her death.
And that's why she went to White Hen, right?
Yeah, that's why she went to White Hen.
Thank you. And that statement, you also don't say anything about a high five, true?
Yes,
That is true?
it's true.
And you didn't say that in your statement in 2002, correct?
I mentioned that stuff before in the meeting with Mr. Jambord. I mentioned with Mr. Ransford.
Is there any written statement anywhere?
No, it isn't.
That wasn't something that you ever testified to until this year, right?
No, like I repeated myself again, it's not in the statement, but I did said it before. I don't know why it isn't in it, but I did say it.
It's not in any statement or testimony until this year.
Testimony this year, yes.
Right, that's when you first.
Yes, that's where it first got recorded.
And that was 9 years after the fact.
Yes.
True?
True.
I think I'm done. Did Julie ever tell you about her affair?
No, she never did.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Oh, yes. Did Julie tell you why she didn't want to go on the trip, that Mark was upset that she wouldn't go on?
Oh, yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
Her side of the story was, well, when she find out how Mark plans on this trip, that he made the plans, I think so with a couple other people from his work and his wife, that he already arranged, put Douglas someplace in a hotel with the babysitter, some strange person. She was really upset about it, and that's what she said. And that's what they go from bar to bar. They go to the strip clubs, all this other things at 3 in the morning. I'm not into it. I'm not gonna do it. This is not my type of vacation with the kids.
You had been in the Jensen residence, or had you been in the Jensen residence in the, say, 3 or 4 or 5 months before Julie died?
Yes, I've been.
Do you recall, as you're sitting here today, ever seeing the computer in the Jensen residence before, in the months preceding?
Yeah, I think so. We did because we did some work for Jensen, so the whole place was kind of mess and everything. But
now, did you know which room the computer was in?
yes,
Which room was the computer in?
it was the first room on the left when you walk into the front door.
So directing your attention to Defense Exhibit 132, the photograph here, can you tell us whether or not that is the room that is depicted in that photograph?
I'm really not positive this is the room. If this is the room, I know that I remember the carpet in this room because they changed the rest of the house was blue. The green was in Mark's room, his office when we did the work for him.
So that color, that carpeting is the same
Yes.
color. What was it about the room that caused you to believe that it was Mark's room?
And I object to his knowledge about the subject.
Room.
So tell us what you know about the room that, at least insofar as it caused you to believe it was Mark's room.
Well, first of all, it's a green carpet. I remember when Mark and Julie asked me about the carpet guy to install carpet in their house, and I suggested somebody from Chicago, one of my installers. They came out and they picked the carpet. They did it for them, and one of the things was when they were installing the carpet, Mark's room was green. The middle of the room, their den was blue, and Julie looked at the carpet and she wasn't sure if that was the color was Mark wanted, and she was really kind of scared, afraid, you know. And she called Mark, and Mark like show up in, I would say, in a half hour to determine, and that's what kind of stuck with me. That green carpet, I'm sure that's the first room on the left is his office.
So the first room on the left, as you're going down the hallway, or?
Yeah, going to the hallway, you go to the front door, you turn to the left. There's the first room on the left side, that's his office.
And when you saw a computer in that house, which room was it in?
This was in this room.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
It was in this room.
Yeah.
The room in the photograph?
Looking at exhibit G132 again, do you recognize anything in that photograph?
Wood shades, that's the only thing I recognize. I do not recognize how the furniture was set up. I do recognize the later setup of the room, but at that, no. I do
You
not.
say that you recognize the later setup in the room?
Yeah, because I was there later after Julie just dead.
Oh, and so it was a ring. So you remember what the room looked like after Julie's death?
Yes.
And did it look like this room, or was it a different room, or don't you remember?
No, it was the same room, but different layout because the computer was sitting right on the left. If I remember correctly, there was a desk, and the computer was sitting right here on this side.
Was the computer sitting in a place where it was closer to the door, or about the same distance from the door that
It's
it's
about
depicted
the
there?
same, a little bit closer. Closer.
Do you recognize the furniture at all?
No, I don't. Because like I said, when we worked there, when I was there, it was, you know, quite a bit chaos when they, you know, they were putting hardwood floors, they replaced the carpet, so everything was a mess.
Now, and to get back to your impressions, or possible or alleged impressions about who or who was not controlling in that relationship, do you remember seeing some episodes where Julie was apparently trying to do something that she was supposed to do in order to please Mark, or because Mark expected her to do it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
There was,
Give us some examples of that.
oh, Julie used to always complain because, you know, when Mark would leave to work, kind of laugh about it. It was a daily thing that she would have a list of chores to do, and he will expect her to do it. She will have to take go to his work, pick up his car, take for oil change, bring it back. In the meantime, do all her other chores, cut the grass. One of the times I remember when she was sitting in the back and she couldn't start her lawnmowers, and she was crying, and I came out and I helped her, and she was like, you know, all upset and everything. I have to do this because Mark expected me to do by the time he gets home. One day I remember she was backing up the boat. She blocked the whole traffic.
Why don't you ask another question?
Okay, well, tell me about the time that she was backing up the boat.
The same thing. It's like she was very upset why I'm doing this, his stupid boat, why I have to go take it to the Jelinski for service, why he cannot do it himself, because he wants this boat ready by the time he gets home.
Voigt, I think the question on the table related to a time when there was a deck being constructed in the backyard of the Jensen residence. Can you tell the jury about your recollection of that episode?
Yeah, I was doing the construction. I think so. As soon as we finished the construction of the house, we were building, my crew, on the back of the house, the garage. And at the same time, Julie Jensen was working on her side of a yard, on the backyard, taking apart existing, I think so, patio around the swimming pool.
And what condition was she in at the time?
Well, that was the funny thing. She was pregnant, and the workers, I remember they were just kind of laughing about it because she was sitting in the backyard with a hammer, pulling out nails from usable lumber she took apart, and she was flipping. She didn't have enough power. She was falling down. She was upset. She was nervous. She cried.
And did she indicate to you why she was doing this at this time?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
She said that that's what Marx want her to do. That's what she have to contribute to the house. That was one of the things she have to do it. He told her to do it.
And your recollection is she was how far along in her pregnancy at that time?
Well, she was, I don't know how far was she, but you will notice that she was pregnant and her struggle, what she was doing, and she was very upset about it.
Now, tell me about the episode, insofar as you can remember it, when Julie's father came to visit the Jensen household.
Yeah, I think that was fall. The year before, I think so. Same year, or Julie died, or a year before she died. It was in the fall, I remember. That he was in the front with, they had a dog, I think Nikki or Mickey, and her father was taking for a walk, and then Julie introduced him. That's her father, and then she told me later that he's got the cancer. He's gonna die in weeks, and that was I think so one of the days. And the second day, we had another conversation, and she told me that Mark wants her father move out of the house because he cannot take this anymore, have him stay there. And he's supposed to stay with her a week, and this was like the second day. He told her to tell the father, take him someplace to a hotel. He didn't want him in the house.
And did you have any conversation with Mark Jensen about that? Did Mark Jensen ever say anything to you about that?
No.
So that's the conversation was between you and Julie?
Yeah.
And did the father stay in the house, or did he leave?
He leave.
And how much time after was that second conversation with Julie that Mark's father, or that Julie's father had to leave?
I think it was like next day or something.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Voigt, this thing about the deck, when was that?
I know my house was constructed at the time. I don't think so. I know she was pregnant with Douglas, with the younger son at the time. I don't know what year was it, and I was building the garage in the back. There was 4 or 5 different people, carpenters.
When were you building the garage in the back?
That's what I said. It was 92 or 93. I don't,
You built that right after you finished your house?
Yes.
92 or 93. Yes. And what time of year was this?
I don't remember. I really don't remember. I know it's got to be summer or fall because everything was green at that time. Because I remember her outside, just falling, sitting there, and especially these guys had the lunch, they were just making joke about it.
So you think maybe it was like August or something like that?
It's possible. I really cannot tell you what time it was, what month it was.
Was this a patio or a deck?
There was a deck around the swimming pool area what they have. She was, if I remember correct, she was doing all these railings all the way around it, all the way around the patio. She was pulling the nails from the old pickers.
She was pretty far along in this pregnancy?
She was at that moment she was cleaning up all old nails from the usable material.
I said she was pretty far along in this pregnancy?
Like I told you, I'm not an expert, but I see her pregnant. She was pregnant pretty far.
This is just a couple months before she gave birth to Douglas?
I really don't remember. I really don't remember.
So your best guess is August of 1992 or 1993. If it was late summer, does that help you determine if it was 92
I said
or
no. I cannot commit to the date or month. I know if I can go back to my maybe my statements or my workers, when I pay them or something, I can probably dig it up about what time and when we build this garage, and I can be positive. But it was summer for sure, because I remember she was in the back, it was everything green, she was on the lawn, she was, you know.
They were using the pool?
I don't remember.
But did you?
I don't think so, no, they did not use the pool at the time. We didn't see it. It's, and then again, at that time, we didn't live there. I don't think so we lived there.
Pardon?
I know.
What did you say?
I don't think so the time that we lived there, you know, like full time.
That you weren't living there full
Yeah.
time? When did you begin living there full time?
I think so it was 92 or I just, because I don't recall my wife being there at the time.
Okay, so you think it was before you moved in
Yeah.
full time in 92?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I know she was pregnant. I know, and then we, some of the workers, they went and helped her doing some work. Remember we let her use Pestle nail gun. We teach her how to use it, so she could kind of surprise Mark how much she done that day more than he expect her.
And was she showing a lot? I mean, when you're talking about
Yeah.
pregnant, I mean, she was big?
Yeah, because I remember when she was sitting on the board trying to pull the nail, she was just flipping over because she was pretty excited.
Because her stomach was so
Yeah,
big?
yeah.
Do you know what her son Douglas's date of birth is?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether it's March 12th, 1995?
I really don't know. I know she was pregnant at the time.
I wanted to ask you, the last time you spoke with Julie was Sunday or Monday?
I think so. I did briefly talk to her on Monday.
And on Tuesday is the day that you, that your wife spoke with Julie?
I think so she did.
I'm sorry, which?
I think so she did. You have to
Which
ask
day?
her.
I'm sorry.
I think so she did.
I know, I'm asking which day she spoke with Julie.
I really don't know.
Well, your wife had told you about one day that week where she'd spoken to Julie, right?
Yes, she did. She told me there was, I think so. One time she told me Julie came to the house, pick up this, drop off the movies. The second time, pick up the movies. Then one time, I think so, was Wednesday, she called her.
Is the telephone call is Wednesday?
I think so, it's Wednesday.
All right. And the
So
same day as the telephone call is the day that you saw Mr. Jensen leaving around 9 or 9:15.
I think so, it was next day. I didn't see him leaving. I saw him walking from his cars to his house. That was the day Julie died. I did see him walking. I can describe how he was dressed. And that's what kind of was a surprise to me, that he wouldn't even hide or nothing.
Well, was that sometime when he was coming in or sometime when he was leaving, Mr. Voigt?
I think so, he was coming in. I think so. I don't know. I just, like I said, I saw him going from the car to the house. I don't know what he was doing, but he was coming. It was about 9:15 when I was getting ready to go to Chicago. And he was going from his truck to his house.
And your best guess as to which day that was?
I think so, it was Thursday that Julie died.
This is the 9 years ago.
Yes. Yes, I remember that. I remember when I passed him. I remember especially the lights
Mr.
on that
Boyd,
house.
there's no question before you. That's all I have.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Okay, I think we deserve a break, folks. So go in the back, relax for a little bit, okay? Thank you. All right, we're back on the record on Mr. Jensen's case. The appearances are the same. Who's the next witness for the state?
Dr. Michael Chambliss, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, I wish to advise the jury that there are going to be some autopsy photos presented during the course of this testimony. I want them to be prepared for that. Before I put an autopsy photo up, it was my intention to warn them of that fact. I know that this is something lawyers and judges see on a regular basis, but I know that a lot of citizens, laypersons are not accustomed to seeing that. There are going to be some pretty graphic and disturbing photos because that's what happens at an autopsy.
All right, thank you for that information. Come on up here, doctor, all the way to the front.
Oh, Your Honor, the state also would move Exhibit 9 into evidence. That was the video of Tadeusz Wogt's testimony.
Any objection to 9 coming in? All right, 9 is received. Come on up closer, doctor. I'm going to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand, remain standing. Do you solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the smaller microphone. And can you spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My first name is Michael, Michael, and last name is Chambliss, Chambliss.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
May I get some water? Yeah.
Oh, sure. If I had a bailiff, I could get you that. You need some water.
Yeah, thanks.
And Dr. Chambliss, would you like to take off your jacket? We can put your overcoat somewhere because it is getting kind of warm in this courtroom, and I'm afraid you'll get overheated with it. I can take your coat if you'd like.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Do you have some water now, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. So, Dr. Chambliss, can you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
38 years.
Can you tell the jury what a forensic pathologist does?
Forensic pathologist is a doctor trained in all branches of medicine who goes into the field of pathology, which is the performance of autopsies or the examination of specimens that come in the hospital. Once you go into the residency, you can go into a subspecialty in which you only do autopsies, and that subspecialty is forensic pathology. The autopsies are often unnatural deaths. They could be suicidal deaths, they could be homicidal deaths, they can be motor vehicle accidents, but they could be natural. So we do strictly autopsies to determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
Now, doctor, could you move that small microphone closer to you? Although I can hear you quite well. The smaller microphone, could you move it closer to your mouth so that when you're talking, I'm concerned about the court reporter because she's got her back turned to you, and so she's got to be able to hear everything that you're saying. So now, doctor, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. There's one up there, and there's another one over there, and this is your curriculum vitae, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you just provided that to me this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And this is a current version of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
So it says diplomat, American Board of Pathology. Can you tell the jury what that means to be a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology?
That means I'm board certified. Board certification means the American Board of Pathology gives a requirements to be certified, and the requirements include the going through a program of residency that's accredited by the American Board of Pathology. Once you go through the accredited program, then you sit for an examination. The examination is both a written examination and a practical examination. Once you complete those, you get board certified. Now, both
If you pass the test, you're board certified, right?
Yes.
And you passed the test.
I passed the test, yes.
So, well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir. Go on.
The only thing is there are separate branches of pathology that you can do. You can do clinical pathology, you can do anatomic pathology, and you can do forensic pathology. Each one of those has a residency portion followed by an examination, which if you complete it appropriately, you become board certified.
And according to this, you were certified by the American Board of Pathology in clinical pathology in 1984?
Yes.
And the American Board of Pathology in anatomic pathology in 1985?
Yes.
And in forensic pathology in 1988?
Yes.
Now, what's the difference between clinical pathology and anatomic pathology?
Clinical pathology is the laboratory branches of medicine, essentially hematology, microbiology, chemistry. All of those fall under the category of clinical pathology. So any laboratory aspects of medicine.
And then what about anatomic pathology? What does that consist of?
Anatomic pathology is the performance of autopsies, the examination of surgical specimens. We call that surgical pathology. And another branch would be cytopathology, in which you do examination of cells essentially to make a diagnosis. That's all under anatomic pathology.
And then finally is forensic pathology. And can you tell the jury what forensic pathology is and how that's distinguished from anatomic or clinical pathology?
Well, forensic pathology would be a subspecialty under anatomic pathology. Once you do anatomic pathology, you can take the subspecialty of forensic. And the forensic is the performance of autopsies and determine the cause of death and the manner of death. So you're doing just autopsies at the time you do your forensic pathology residency.
And doctor, after you finished your residency and you became a forensic pathologist, where did you first become employed?
At the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, where I became that's where I did my training and stayed on as a deputy medical examiner.
And that's from 1985 through November of 91?
That's correct.
And then in November of 91, what did you do?
November 91, I went to Fresno, California for the first time and joined a private pathology group called Community Pathology Associates. They did both hospital pathology and forensic pathology, and they needed another forensic pathologist to cover their forensic pathology practice, so I went out to take a position there.
And that was from November 91 through July of 93?
That's correct.
And then what happened in July of 93?
In July of 93, essentially the pathology group, Community Pathology Associates, lost its contract with the county, and I decided to stay on as a coroner's forensic pathologist for the coroner's office. So that's when I started in July of 1993 through December of 1993.
And then in 1994, where did you go?
In 1994, I came to Wisconsin, to Waukesha, Wisconsin, and took a position as a medical examiner for Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office.
And that was from 1994 through 1998?
That's correct.
And then from 1998 onward, what did you do?
From 1998 up to 2003, actually June of 2003, I became an independent forensic pathologist, which means I contracted with multiple counties in Wisconsin to do their autopsies. It would be considered a coroner's pathologist. So I would do their autopsies, give them the cause of death and the manner of death. So I did that from 1998 to 2003.
And then from 2003 until March of 2020, what did you do?
From 2003 to March of 2020, I became an employee of Fresno County Sheriff Coroner's Office in Fresno, California. I was a coroner's pathologist that entire time from June 2003 up through March 2020 when I retired.
And then I see in from June 2020 through June 2022, you became a part-time forensic pathologist?
Yes, the caseload in Fresno, California is very significant for forensic pathology, and we only had one forensic pathologist at that time. And my position was not filled yet because of the shortage of forensic pathologists, so I stayed around an additional 2 years to do forensic cases.
Now, according to your curriculum vitae, you've investigated and certified over 7,000 deaths as a deputy medical examiner, a coroner's pathologist, and chief medical examiner?
At least. It's probably more at this time, but at least, yes.
And the number of autopsies at that time had been over 6,000 in homicides, suicides, traffic fatalities, natural deaths, child abuse deaths, alcohol abuse deaths, drug-related deaths, exhumations, SIDS deaths, etc.?
Yes.
And you've testified, you said, over 11,000 times in criminal and civil litigations?
Yes, and depositions, but over 11,000, yes.
So this isn't your first rodeo, Doctor?
No, it's not.
Now, while you were working as the medical examiner for Waukesha County in 1998, did you have occasion to be contacted to conduct an autopsy on one Julie Jensen?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember, what date did you perform that autopsy?
On December 4th of 1998.
Now, Doctor, at the time that you performed that autopsy, did you undertake to ensure that you kept notes and maintained as you were conducting the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And were those records or those your notes that you were taking, were they converted in then to a final autopsy or a private case autopsy report?
Yes, they were.
And directing your attention to the screen, is this the private case autopsy, a private case for Kenosha County autopsy report of Julie Jensen?
Yes, it is.
Now, this autopsy was performed on December 4th, 1998?
That's correct.
Now, at the time that you performed that autopsy, had you had an opportunity to view the crime scene?
No, there were no crime scene photos at the time.
And sometimes as a forensic pathologist, you get called to the crime scene. Is that true?
And that's true.
But in this instance, you were not.
I was not called to the scene.
And at the time you did the autopsy, you did not have the benefit of crime scene photos, correct?
No, I did not.
And at the time you did the autopsy, you didn't have the benefit of having the toxicology test results back, did you?
They were not back yet.
So walk us through this autopsy. It indicates the photographs were taken by Sergeant Ratsburg of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. Is that true?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, is this marked as an exhibit?
It's Exhibit 10,
okay.
And it's on a thumb drive, so it's on that Exhibit 10. So
it is Exhibit 10 for the record for this case.
Yes, it is, Your Honor. It's Exhibit 10. And just to be clear, the first part of the exhibit was the curriculum vitae, and now the next item is this.
Okay.
Now, so Doctor, where did you perform the autopsy?
At St. Catherine's Hospital here in Kenosha.
And Tell the jury what you can remember about this autopsy subject to Julie Jensen at the time you performed at the time you first saw her body.
When I first saw her, she was clothed in a T-shirt, white panties, and white socks. She had some jewelry on both hands. She also had a necklace on. She was about 110 pounds, about 65 inches tall. And she did appear to be actually slightly older than the stated age of 40 to 41 years. There was well-developed rigor mortis there. The only signs that there was of possible hospital treatment or medical treatment were some EKG pads on her body. There actually were no needle puncture marks or no tubes or anything else on the body whatsoever. There were bruises present on her right buttock area and also on her right shin. She had a bruise in that area. On the right side of her neck, she had an abrasion that was a superficial abrasion, which I said resembled a fingernail mark. But that's my description of it at the time. No other external injuries were noted at that time.
So at the time that you first examined the body of Julie Jensen, could you state whether or not there was any exterior indication of what was the cause of death or manner of death?
And externally, there was nothing that I could look at to say that was the cause of death.
So, and oftentimes there is. I mean, you've got a homicide, there's a gunshot wound to the